Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. Today's match features two teams that are number 2 in their regions, and they both need a win here today. It's NRG versus Furia. And first, let's talk about NRG, because this team is starting to really find themselves here. Mel, the beginning of the split, a little rough for the boys. They were finding their footing, right? Trying new things out. But now you could really see that this team has started to really find themselves in the split.
I think this is where NRG thrives the most, actually. We've seen it year after year, this core with Optic, right? When their back is against the wall and they actually need to make something happen, they're not playing around anymore. This is a moment, this is the state of mind that they enjoy being in.
Yeah.
They're not, not used to this feeling. They've done it at internationals plenty of times. We've seen it in, the group stages. They'll go 0-2, or it's not 0-2. They'll lose, the group stage match and then go on to dominate the tournament. So. Yeah. Expect big things from NRG.
This is a team that takes a while to warm up. And I think the most concrete way we've seen that improvement has been in them really fixing their roles. For a while, they were trying to jump around. Everyone's playing Killjoy. It was really weird. They were trying to find a new style when they didn't necessarily need to. But in the last 2 weeks, they've gone back to what has worked for them for a very long time, which is the roles that everyone has played. It's Artists on Duelist, it's Crashes on Initiator, it's Finesse sometimes flexing around, but mostly playing that kind of Flash Initiator role. And it's worked so much better for them. Both of their last 2 matches have been resounding, just clean 2-0 wins over both Crew and 100 Thieves. And now they're still in a position that, despite the improvements, they're in a bit of trouble because they're 3-3 right now. And the last 2 games they have here could be difficult. They have Furia straight into Loud.
Yeah, this is going to be quite challenging. You look at this and you see, Loud are mortal. We have kind of come to that conclusion here, especially after their game against Crew. That being said, though, for NRG, where do you see, I guess, the win condition for them in your professional experience? How do you see NRG really trying to overcome these challenges as they get ready for these next 3 weeks?
To me, a week or 2 prior, I would have told you just to go back to your old roles, which is what they have done. And since doing so, they have looked phenomenal, back to what we're used to expecting out of NRG. You're seeing insane calling coming out of FNS. That was consistent throughout the whole time, but it's a lot easier when people are in the right spots on their roles. They know where to go, they know what util to use, and they know how to execute the game plans that FNS wants to put into place.
Also, since the changes to the map pool, getting Bind back has seemed fantastic for them. They're the only team thus far in Americas who we've actually seen pick into this map last week, and I loved their answer to it. Instead of going back to the more traditional compositions like you saw in this game from 100 Thieves, they innovated a little bit, kept that kind of core of Sky, Raze, and Sage that you've come to expect on this map, but added in this Harbor Viper double controller that has become so meta right now. Their retakes were fantastic with it. On the attacking side, having those Harbor walls that slow people from flooding in on the retake is excellent, and they just played it so well.
Yeah.
And it's honestly awesome to see a team where they have had some struggle throughout the split, right? We're no strangers to that. And when you're in that position, you feel like multiple of your maps are what you need to work on. But the fact that they're able to bring in a new map while struggling a bit in the split and knowing other teams might target their own weaker maps is honestly, it's a feat. It's a lot easier said than done, especially as an IGL when you're looking at map pool.
And, incorporating, new agents that weren't even released when Bind was a thing, and then, it comes back, and now you have the opportunity to really mess around and do some unique things. And I think that's part of the reason why, it's a well-known fact. That's the reason why NRG is where they are right now, is the innovation. It's what's driven them to this point. But, of course, for more on NRG's win and the impact of Finesse's calls, here's what Crashies had to say in a Verizon post-match interviews. Check it out.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting a stomp that bad. Once we won a few of the clutch rounds, it definitely felt like we were in the flow state, and FNS was just calling amazing at that point, so it's super easy to get kills and, run circles around them. And, yeah, props to FNS because he was calling amazing.
Yeah, and, as an IGL as well, Mel, right? That has to feel great when your teammates are, praising you, praising your calls, knowing that your voice has had a direct impact on the success of the game.
It always feels great because I feel like the IGLing, I think we can all agree, is a role that's kind of overlooked. You're looking for the flashy plays, the Jet players especially. They're playing a completely different game than the rest of us, let's be real.
Yeah.
But the IGLing is something that just happens kind of behind the scenes. It's like a lead up to the action as a viewer. But in game, it's like the IGL is the one talking mostly the entire round on defense and attack. So when your own teammates can be like, yo, recognize them, please. Then it always feels good.
Yeah, it's a wonderful feeling because you have to think, right? Like, yeah, you get clutch a 2K, right? Get yourself a clutch in the round, keep yourself still in this matchup. But there's nothing quite like being able to make those calls happen, being able to execute on those plays. And Mimi, I know that there were some plays that you had wanted to talk about because it's very evident in the way that Finesse plays and how he takes advantage of the tools available to him. He could do no wrong.
I think one of the best examples of Finesse's calling is how they work the fakes so often when they're playing. And this is an example from their game versus 100 Thieves, where you see early on they're sending this volley of util with both of their initiators and the jet into A. They fake that pressure into Sands and then also continue that through with an aftershock and a dog into the A site. 100 Thieves kept to this 4-1 setup and was fully stacked towards A, so they end up having to play retake as they totally bite on this fake that NRG executes towards the site. And if you look at their utility, right now they have nothing left besides that alarm bot that Victor just dropped on down. But because of the way the timing worked out on this one, they're going to recover their signature abilities in time to stop this retake from 100 Thieves. You see the stun there from Finesse. You'll see Crashies use his bird in a moment to support in this one. And because of the fake, they also have such a great post-plant position. They start aggressive, fighting for the players to flood out the smokes, and then fall all the way back to have this long angle once the smoker of their opponent is dead. But the thing is, with that exact same util combination, they also have rounds where they can just go for this A hit. You'll see it's the same stuff. Stun into Sands, flash through, dog deep. It's a 4-1. This time the Killjoy's north side instead of B, but it's the exact same idea. And 100 Thieves was hesitant for a moment. Eventually they'll start to rotate on over, but now they're going to be investing ultimates. And well, it doesn't go exactly how NRG wanted. They're not going to get a free sight. They do bait out a big ultimate there and just hold up, wait a second, and react to push on in, which gives them an advantageous position in this post plant with still good control towards Sands, with the players in main being able to set up a bit of a crossfire between the Jet and a breach here. And for 100 Thieves, having to use those ultimates to shut down that initial execute means they have nothing left to make this retake happen and are going to be forced to just save. With NRG, they're so good at early conditioning their opponents to be wary of these flanks, to always question their rotations when they're playing on the defensive side, and there's always a follow-up later in the half to punish.
Yeah, when you're playing against an IGL the caliber of FNS, when you're playing against them as an IGL as well, like a caller, it's really hard to know what's real and what's not. You need to key into the smallest details to know what's a fake because of, one, how much util they use, how much util they use in the conditioning before the fake even happens. And knowing FNS, he could call a double fake off that. He could literally call the fake of the fake and then walk back B, show the smokes, then walk contact back in. Like, you never know what to expect when someone like FNS is on the other team.
Yeah, no, he truly is, one of the, like, him, like Boaster, like Stacks, like some of the most brilliant, Sadak, can't forget about Sadak, like some of the most brilliant minds, in the game right now, and you're seeing it, the proof is definitely in the pudding there. But, what also helps out too is when you have players that are able to do the things you need them to do, like Victor, for example, because this guy is bringing a very awesome flexibility to this NRG team, Mel, that has provided them with a lot of tools to succeed.
We talk about NRG swapping roles throughout the split, and this entire time, no matter what role he actually was on, he was a rock for them. Obviously, it wasn't like a perfect win con. We saw them losing matches early, but him as a player individually was performing beyond expectation on roles like Jet, which we've seen him play before, like last year when they pulled it out on Breeze versus Loud. But here, it's something completely different. We're talking several maps, and that stuff is really difficult as a player to go from Sentinel to Jet to Initiator.
And we've talked about how we want to see more of NRG going back to the roles that have worked for them in the past. The thing is, you always do have to have someone who's flexible in the meta right now. And for this team, it has always been Victor. You can see the quote here from their coach, Chet, where he says, shout out to Victor, definitely the best flex player that a coach could ask for. He has done this so consistently for NRG and Optic before and Envy before that across so many different metas and so many different agents. This guy is able to provide some of the most consistent value to his team, which has allowed everyone else to play on those comfort roles.
Yeah, it is so refreshing to see these players not put themselves in a box and then try to just like expand what they can do. And the proof is in what Victor has been able to achieve so far, alongside with the rest of his squad, not only in the split but also in his career as well. But earlier in the week, actually, we ended up speaking with Digison. You remember him? He's a monster who puts his socks on first and then his sneakers on after that. Who does that? Of course, though, we got his take on NRG's ups and downs this stage. So let's go ahead and check that out.
Eu sempre tenho pensamento sobre liga quando tem muitos jogos, tipo, sempre time bom, às vezes ele não vai conseguir se desempenhar no campeonato, é muito como esperado. Os caras montaram time muito forte, a rapaziada cria uma expectativa em cima disso e querendo ou não, eles não estão atingindo essa expectativa. E os caras têm ciência disso, tipo, os caras continuam trabalhando, melhorando as coisas todos os dias, tá ligado? Então, eu acredito que, para mim, o campeonato vai se iniciar agora, porque já foram 5 jogos, agora é a reta final. Então, se você vai para o playoff, não vai ser decidido a partir dessa semana. Então, não tem como ter um veredito. Mas é aquilo que eu falei, às vezes um time muito bom, pode ser que ele não desempenhe bem no campeonato. Isso não quer dizer nada, tá ligado? Às vezes só não foi e paciência. Então, eu enxergo o time da NRG dessa forma, entendeu?
Despite his, opinions on putting on socks and shoes, his demeanor is so calm there, and it is great how he approaches the game, Digizin, as well as, this Furia team. They really do have like a certain swagger about them, Mimi, that I think really has helped them out this stage, because it has been a little hectic at times.
It has been. They started off the first few weeks this season really impressing us. They found some big wins. We're looking incredibly dominant. We're innovating with new stuff in this meta, and we thought that they were going to be like a top 3 team, but then they started to hit this slump after they lost in a dominant game versus Loud. And since then, we've been kind of like, when is Furia going to come back? When are we going to see the Furia we expected in the first few weeks? And their game last week against MIBR, I think, gave us that glimpse.
We look at their wins, but I also want to point out the teams that they did lose to, Cloud9 and Loud. Those teams right now are number 1 and number 2 seed in our standings. So by far, it's like definitely some Kingslayer moments that we wanted to see out of them that they weren't able to ascertain. But regardless, the teams they're losing to are top of our league. It's not like bottom of the standings or inflated in any way like that.
It absolutely isn't. But this is another game where they're going to have to play an opponent that people are rating similarly, if not maybe even slightly higher in current form in those standings. So the question is, when can Furia go from the team that gets close, that almost upsets a top team, to a squad who is actually consistently in our top 3, top 4?
Yeah, I agree. And you're really going to be looking, it's Mimi's favorite subject, jet matches. You're going to be looking at the jet match. You're going to be looking at Digizin and Artists here to see who are going to be the ones to really push this forward for them, because you want to see that player just pop off and have those moments. And Digizin needs to be that guy here, because Artist is going to be hungry for that, Mel.
Especially with that role swap with Artist back on the jet. He's unbelievably hungry, but speaking of role swap, DJ Zine, he hasn't had any role swaps. He's been playing the entire split on the Jet and Chamber, as we've seen on split, so a lot to expect out of him today.
There is, and his last game, he had a huge recover. In the few matches where they were struggling against Loud, against C9, and in the very close game they had against CG, it seemed like he was struggling quite a bit to get involved in these opening duels, and oftentimes was kind of making a few unforced errors, maybe wasn't perfectly set up. But in the last match, it seemed like the coordination was on point with his initiator players. He was individually playing fantastic, and it's the same case for Artist 2, now back on the full-time Jet, like you're saying.
And the coordination with that initiator player as a jet main is really what I want to see out of Furia. Kind of what I hit on yesterday about Crew. Strategically, it might not be up to snuff with the likes of FNS. Come on, he's like a world-class IGL. He calls double fakes, triple fakes. And I haven't seen that much like that out of Furia. But tactically speaking, when we see how they hit a site and how they're able to take advantage of small little advantages in the round where the spacing is good, the initiator has a flash, it's going to look good.
Yeah, we know that the firepower is there, but now I got to ask you guys who you think is going to win. Are we going to do some little predictions here real fast? This is a big one, because Furia need this to clinch the playoffs. And we have both NRG, and I also went with NRG, but I can't find my board right now.
It's gone.
But I think this is overall going to be an awesome matchup, because we have 2 teams that are ready and hungry to take the stage. 2 of the world's best duke it out for a shot at Tokyo and beyond. It's NRG facing off against Furia. VCT Americas starts right now. This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Olha o que ele faz! I think Furia is a strong team. They've played really well so far this season.
And they had no idea. MW with two big ones.
Mas olha só a movimentação, Sadak. Novamente o primeiro a ser punido. Leva o twist! TGS!
Cara, o time da NRG, pra mim, é o mais difícil do campeonato, pelo fato de NRG e Loud são dois cabeças pensantes absurdos.
On to see, and here it comes. There's the timing! It's Som, slide off angle, wins his duels and more.
In terms of dealing with Furia, we're just gonna treat it as any other team. We like to focus on our own game.
Jumping straight up, you got to be taking his fights clean though, and it doesn't look just that likely. The frenzy's in the face, half under the fuse, sticking it through. No, gets off of it, trying to double play it. Derek, you need to win this fight. Oh my word!
E com certeza, alguém vai ter que se preparar, que a gente não vai dar mole. A gente vai chegar pra ganhar realmente, com intensidade. E a guerra é deles, mano.
First swing out. It's a 1-for-1. And they use the Reckoning. Oh.
Two teams both desperate for a win. North America's NRG going up against Brazil's Furia. It's all gonna go down right here, right now. Let's see how this plays out because, Mimi, these two teams are gonna bring it, I think, today. They look excited and ready to go.
They will, because for Furia, if you win this match, you have a third team into playoffs. And for NRG, the rest of their strength of schedule is quite difficult. They still have Loud remaining. Winning here is a big step towards keeping their chances of playoffs safe.
Winning that, or winning this rather, is also a confidence boost going into Loud. I mean, we've seen Loud, sure. Again, we say it over and over, they're not perfect, they're not mortal, sorry, they're not immortal. Whoa.
I mean, I don't know, the way Ospas plays, sometimes I don't know if he's mortal or not, you know what I'm saying?
After watching their last match, maybe they are mortal.
He's got divine light on him, you know what I'm saying?
It's going to be huge for them to get this confidence boost going into next week as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a difficult situation for NRG to find themselves in, and one that I genuinely just didn't think that they would be in at this point in the season. Coming into the America split, we were confident that NRG, top team in the league, no problems whatsoever. They tried different things. They went for some unique strategies. It just didn't work out the way that they wanted, but it's nice to see them back to the things that work for them, Mimi.
It is good to see them returning to that form. And for Furia, it's good to see Carlau returning to the team. This is only the second match in Americas where they've actually gotten their coach with them in person. And the first match they played with him looked really good. They almost were losing out to MIBR. But at halftime, they had a talk and they came back in impressive form on Pearl and stopped map 2 as well. It seems like this squad is renewed. They're returning to the form that we came to expect in the first few weeks from Furia.
Yeah, and I do wonder too, right, like the added pressure. I know we always talk about pressure, but Mel, as a pro player, you can probably attest to this because you do feel it when you're on that stage. Those guys, those 6 guys know the stakes that are on the line here. Win, you go to playoffs, you have a shot at Tokyo. How do you think that they're handling this one mentally right now in your professional experience?
I think having their coach back is going to be a huge aspect of that, honestly. Having that ability to just be up on that stage, and the pressure kind of fades away if you have that coach that's there. Finally, he's back, and he's able to motivate you, give you those tech timeouts that you need. You're not going to feel too stressed during the game if you know you have that anchor to lean on.
And to talk about the maps now, this to me seems like a good veto for NRG. They're very willing to bounce their ban around. In this one, they get rid of one of Furia's strongest in Ascent. And for Furia, they've had to just perma Lotus, which is a map that NRG also dislikes. picks. And all that means
That's
that
nice.
NRG gets to pick into bind a map that Furia have not shown yet, and that NRG looked incredible on.
I mean, NRG, you look at how they played last week versus 100 Thieves. They lost a 1v4, a 1v2, a 1v1. They lost a pistol, yet they still won 13-7. That is incredible. The macro and their gun rounds when they're not losing clutches is insane.
And map 2 is going to be another display of NRG's excellent macro. Haven has been FNS's playground for ages, and Furia is good at it, but these first two maps just look so damn strong for NRG.
Yeah, it is a bit alarming. I know that everyone's like, man, talent's always going for NRG. No, this series layout looks good for NRG. It's really hard to argue that. Furia have to have a plan.
And you have to give that credit to NRG because this is a squad of champions in the past, and they're starting to hit that form yet again. But let's narrow in on bind. We already talked about the Harbor Viper comp for NRG. And Mel, my question to you is, do you think they go in the same direction? Already we're seeing the Brimstone instead for Furia.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that from NRG. Did Furia play bind last week?
Not
I think
yet,
they left it open, so they are expecting to play this, and they have a week of footage, a week of time to look. They were expecting this map one out of NRG.
So this is some ancient history that is being pulled out here. It's been quite a while since
back when I casted.
Yeah, double duelist on this map, but it has come back into vogue on maps like Split as of late, and Furia, I think, have traditionally done very well with these double dive comps.
When you talk about teams that are tactically strong, this is the comp you want to run.
All right, we're all set, so let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. I choose you, Vancillion Rivington.
Activating cast attack.
It was super effective.
Exactly. Thank you, GB and M&M. And yes, indeed. I mean, DG Zine, Riv, at the beginning of the show was talking about this is the final lap, the final race to see who's going to make it to the playoffs as well. And to the surprise of many, it's not NRG at the head of this race right now. And on top of that, you're going into bind where they're walking into the unknown because Furia is yet to play it and they're pulling out a double duelist.
That's right. NRG has had a run on bind. Actually, the only team that's played every map in VCT Americas right now. A lot of teams missing Lotus or Pearl in that sense. But yeah, NRG bringing this Harbor comp out, and maybe it's a place where Furia can attack. If they were watching last week, while Sam was playing that Harbor very well and very confident on the map that's returned, there was still a few of the Harbor walls that were punishable. We saw the team refining that strategy, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. As we get into these rounds, Furia look to default Viper wall here up towards mid and go very fast.
Oh yeah, they're looking to go in with the Fury and already getting the first blood. 2 kills coming out from MW0 as they take the advantage into the A site. Unorthodox right now is they're still trying to clear towards the site. Artist trying to fight in the back, but gets knocked down here by Digizine. A 3-on-2 now. Assam is now discovered by the Trailblazer. Look at Furia, just moving across the map. They don't care for this plant. They just want to fight, but NRG does so as well. In the flick of an eye, it becomes now Medzine on a 2 versus 1, having to clutch this towards the B-side plant.
Just unawares there for a moment on U-Haul control. Easy kills from Medzine. No util up just yet as it's counting down. There's a guiding light for him to detect, to get a little bit of info. Quick shots coming in from NRG, grabbing the first round. Really nice reactions within the site. I feel like NRG thought they had taken everyone out almost, and everything was still in front of them. But Sam sneaking around there, able to figure out Medzine was in that U-Haul. They rotate early after his kill and get that defused. Nicely done. NRG now into a buy round here. See how they keep moving Sam around the map as well, how they're using this high tide over and over, and then where this wall will go. We just saw that Finesse used it through the teleporter to also block off showers, something you can do now on bind. And they're trying to just play this map to slow Furia down. You can see already Furia wants to go fast.
Sorry, I was vibing to the track there.
That is, I just noticed that the other day too. Just adding little things each time the maps are coming alive. Default guiding light down B. Digizine and team still want it. We have that Sheriff in the hands of Digizine here and MW0. Yeah. See if they can get some impact frags in.
Furia was just trying to walk into the Cloudburst to avoid the guided light being thrown out by Crashies for that information. As we're scaling up slowly, 4 players up towards B long, but still a late lurk towards showers. It might be one of those rounds where we're looking to get the control towards the orbs unless we get some kills into the B site when this wall comes down. But Furia, once again, GV mentioned it, they have to come out with a plan. It's going to be the protocols, playing it very slowly, trying to find these gaps, take advantage of their eco round in the second round.
Yeah, right. Stay ahead of FNS, or Finesse rather. Not the easiest thing in the world to do. A good flank though. I like the pressure from QC. Quick coming out here on the right side. Digizine does open the site, and he'll have elbow control as the team can slowly scale in now. Spikes down. Covered by Victor in the hookah.
That's an error in the column right there, because all of Furia were looking to suppress and support Digizine inside this B site, but the spikes down out in the open in hookah. Double support out there, and it's the last two players of the support for NRG, actually.
One enemy
as QCK
remaining.
did get a pick. Now a pinch coming through as Som was on a 2 versus 1, and somehow the air column still gets fixed for Furia on that Thrifty.
Coming up with a very big round. I thought it was almost a mistake that Fury was so split there, trying to find different ways in without enough cover or utility to get each other, right? Digizine was so far ahead, and we still saw that QCK was on the other side of the map. They lost smokes almost right away, but still come up with the frags on the round. So a little bit of an error there, as you said, by NRG. And now it will be 3 guns on the board here, with still a few low buys from Azine and QCK. Fury, I don't think will let up on this pressure. They have been farming orbs for MW Zera, and I think we have another one right here in Showers once they gain control. That's going to be a lot of showstoppers Energy's going to be putting up with if this kind of ground can be gained each round. A little bit of a bank nade, trying to clear out Artis actually, so he's able to stay safe, but Mazine still knows.
Yeah, it's still getting pinged out. So
they
did a molly
more
instead, the
util.
wide swing to 3 players right there. And yeah, nothing really that Energy could do to clean up some kills. The highest buy that they had was a stinger, unless Finesse gets the flank here. Not gonna happen, but a showstopper now ready into this round.
Takes a Viper to know a Viper there. Quick turnaround kill for QCK. And now we'll have guns back on the board. Som does have the Reckoning. So if MW Zera does decide to go for the ultimate, there may be an opportunity to completely split MW from the team with that Reckoning and take him out as he comes into the site, nullifying a lot of the effect of the showstopper coming into this round. And honestly, it's a round Energy needs, having lost that second and third after their pistol round. Oh, aggressive wall once again. There's the showstopper. Victor and Artis down.
Wow! We had a Reckoning available too for the retake for Som, as he wanted to try to play on that information, fall back and react, but they had no time to react with those instant kills coming out from the duelists, Digizine and NW Zera. And this is going to be a long attempt of a save now for the last 2 players of Energy. Already going through the TP, Finesse falls, and that's up to Crashies. Being lurked up now by QCK with support from NW Zera. Gets the first one, but a little bit off. Wow. Had an opportunity to line them both up, but now all of Energy lose their weapons. Nothing to work with moving into round number 5.
Furia getting the first kill every round so far will trigger a timeout here. Coming in from Energy, things are falling apart fast. Energy, even with the thought there to throw the high tide early into that mid-air short area, get a little bit of space, but it was instantly taken. Nobody even cares. There's the wall of water in front of them. And just forward they go.
And that's a great point, actually, you bring, Riv, because that high tide is supposed to slow people down going through it. But now you have a jet dash that goes through it and double satchels. It doesn't slow down too much, because you have to react quick behind that. But again, Energy didn't have a chance, so the timeout's being called, and they have to adjust now to this aggression that Furia has been pulling out since the beginning of this bind map.
So if the way to protect for this is if you continuously see MW Zera farming these orbs, you just have to kind of push and pull like somebody's ready to hit a home run. Start backing up to the outfield, get out of the site, and make sure you can get back in for the play itself with enough members, because Furia is getting to these sites, finding Energy 2 members down, right? Yeah. We saw that dash in there. It's pretty interesting the way that they're able to get in and just make Energy look discombobulated right away. So 2 ults now, Crashies with Seekers. They should be able to defend out here. If getting a few kills, we may see those ults used so Energy can secure this low buy round. Furia on a tear, though. A split, too, for Digizine here. So Digizine has added a lot of pressure to the rounds, as we just saw. His focus towards B definitely draws some eyes if they see him other than this guiding light making info contact. So Furia now trying to play a little bit more of the map and get Energy mixed around.
You see the changes from buy now with both teleporters. You could bring that toxic screen across the TP, cover up the hookah, cover up B, and then also even cover up the Showers area. But again, it's another one of those satchel pushes from Furia, taking control of Showers very early. And Energy forced to play these tight angles just behind these doors, behind these corners. Doesn't have the advantage with the Stingers that they currently have. Full armor, of course, on top of that for Furia.
Yep.
That's going to mitigate a lot of that damage coming out of these Stingers.
Sam there mitigating a 1 minute mark hit with a quick cascade towards mid. Artist wall up, so they're trying to deny everything right now. If you had a bit of that signature ability used, that 40 seconds would be up. You'd expect a second hit just about this time. So Energy just playing the game safe. And now trying to figure out what's happening. There goes Digizin again.
The crossfire is set up for the first kill. But it's still going to be Furia taking over this A site. You had the opportunity to play behind these high walls. Victor's not going down without a fight until that one. The swing out from NW0. And it's up to a 3 versus 1, but yeah, as I was trying to mention, they were trying to fight behind his high tide, but Medzin Seekers really foiled all of those plans.
It's round after round. It just doesn't seem like they can get an answer on what Furia is doing here, and it's what they maximize, right? Being able to gather the utility to help Digizin, to help MW0, and even in different situations. If it's just MW0, that utility changes, and they make sure that it's confidently towards the raise, towards what a raise can kill. If it's Digizin, it's more of the util find and more backside, because he'll keep going. Really interesting way that Furia is able to scale the site or choose to stay back and still play this fight game here, right? Digizin doesn't go up and over. He stays early for default to get the quick trades. And it's a little bit later for MW0 to finish the round. Really versatile right now from Furia.
So another slow start for Energy. On bind, just as he did versus 100 Thieves on this very map. This time no Cloudburst though, so you get the early information from the Guided Light. The South boost, the adjustment to put more towards the B Garden. And thankfully this orb, yes, is going to attack a bit, but there's going to be a lot of utility to push Artist out of his position. Still opens up with the first kill, avoids the rest of that
He's going to get out alive.
Makes it away, and the Showstopper comes out from Showers to connect onto Khalil.
The first bit of shower control we've seen now from Energy.
And QCK's always been good on the lurk. And answers back onto Victor. It's up to Som by himself into the A site until he has backup coming up here from Finesse. Both players of Furia in this A site just trying to hold out towards U-Haul, towards Lamps.
Noise and TP maybe?
It's going to have to be potentially the last second. It depends if you get this position, this ground control, this map control towards the A site. That's the case. We'll get the TP out through Showers.
It's actually great that that Guiding Light hit. It's pulling the confidence of Energy, knowing that they have one, but the anchor of Artist right now could be the play. It almost looks like Mazine wants to second guess this and head back with the team as they have so much site control right now, but 30 seconds mean he's gonna have to haul over there and get into position.
Gets a pit out.
Yeah.
That might force the players to come out too. And Digizin punishes Finesse running out. Gets a second one of the crashes as well, but the Reckoning comes out from Som. Disadvantage now for Energy. 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant comes down. And the players of Fury are playing inside of this pit. Madzine's still alive to get the heal up onto his teammates. Som now. Position given away by a flash. Pushing out towards the default and gets picked off by Medzin. Leaving our Artist solo. And he's going to cut his losses. Moving back here to save the weapon, and that's Furia. With a punishing blow from Digizin right under Heaven, out towards that A site.
Exceptional map control right now by Furia. Even trying to find themselves numbers down in situations, they're still able to encroach a little bit more into enemy territory, take the entirety of A, and pressure Energy's hand into a move that gets 2 members killed right away by Digizin. Like, absolutely incredible stuff. This is what they need here in this run, in this final run that they were talking about, that Digizin mentioned. 5-1 now. Here is Energy are getting taken down on bind. Their pick coming in, and like I said, we haven't seen too many other teams now on this bind map. They did play 100 Thieves to it, Cloud 9 there, but you can't put it by a team. They haven't been practicing the heck out of bind right now. And Furia looks to come with a little bit of counterplay too, to exactly how Energy wanted to play their defense.
100%. You get that definitely from the coach that's finally able to meet up with Furia.
Yeah, Carlisle, so helpful.
And Frost.
Yep.
Pages of anti-strat usually being put against these teams, any team that they play against. And now an eco round. The save weapon Doesn't come into fruition here as Artist also gets picked off. You're hoping to do something. A fake check from QCK allows Finesse to upgrade into a Phantom, but the rest of Furia is still moving into B for a plant.
Energy actually go for a big move on this one. Big kill by Finesse there, but already damage done by Jitazine over there on Energy's wall, playing it against them.
Big flash.
Right in the retina. Little ping towards back here. They trailing.
It's another one to fall. So this
See how long he waits.
Another weapon upgrade. Now we decide, do we want to save these? And indeed we are. Artist is already at 800, so these are going to be very important weapons moving into the next round for Energy. But one thing at least now for Furia is cycling through these ultimates that they hand round after round, starting from a Showstopper, then to a Seeker, then onto a Pit. Digizine still has his daggers. And 1 or 2 rounds away, you may have Khalil coming out with the orbital strike, so the protocols of really cycling through these type of ultimates. Playing aggressive around the ultimates too for Furia is paying off.
Incredible what Furia can do at this point in this game. You look to Digizine on top, 4-0 right now. First kills, first deaths. Victor's at 0-3. They're finding ways to shut down the defense and the offense of the defense, if you will. Victor cannot get this chip damage in. He can't find late game or late time in the round to continue helping the team with utility. Okay, so they're gonna ult quickly onto A.
Yep.
Or sorry, onto B long. And holding A with 3 right now. So Energy trying to force the hand of Furia a little more. We just saw Finesse pushing mid. They have to start putting something on the docket in the beginning of these rounds to make Furia think different.
And it works out quite well.
Yep.
The pit that you have down towards long B. Crashy's playing behind it. You can flash through it. Play this off angle to get the kill onto MW0. And you're trying to funnel your opponents into that operator from Victor that we just heard ring and get the first blood into the round. Same thing though on the attack. Digizine has his own operator.
Yep.
It's only those 3 players trying to move forward. Upshot miss as the Blade Storm also does for Digizine. As we're falling back here towards this B site. Medzine still has a flash to work with. Crashy's trying to find an information and gathers it, so that pulls now Artist to rotate from this A site to B for support. Here comes the full hit. But it still crashes on his own as Artist falls on a rotate to spawn. Big Trailblazer to get a hit and a smoke to actually protect Khalil. He gets 2 kills on that, and that's the orbital strike that we just talked about. 23 seconds left, but at least Som gets the kill onto Madzine. 3-on-3 is the 3-on-2 rather, as the pit's still up. They're covering down towards the spawn. Victor head to head. Op versus Op. Up against Digizine and Khalil, the last 2 players alive for Furia into this round. And as Victor peeks out, Digizine gets the aggressive push in. A 2v2 now. 2 rifles make that 1 rifle, and a Blade Storm for the headshot.
They do it again? Furia is out of their minds right now. You have a team that wins 35% of their 4v5s. It's the highest in the league, and they just did it again. Actually, that was a 3v5 as well. But incredible, the things that Furia can find a member down to still work an opponent as strong as Energy to find the way into the site. Khalil, the #1 on this, and a great finisher by both of them in the 2v. Whatever it needs to be. They're doing it right now. Incredible stuff.
7-1 in favor of Furia. Desperate times now for Energy. Wanting to change the game plan, play more aggressively. 3 players pushing forward. Does some damage onto Khalil and forces him to fall back. As Furia is also doing the same. All defaulting here to see if Energy is going to continue to press forward. We might activate a little bit later on here with a minute left on the clock, waiting for the heals to come back from Medzine onto Khalil. Op shot missed towards long B here, but we couldn't capitalize on a double swing for the kill. But Victor pushes forward. It's instant trade at least. Should have had that shot onto QCK, but now the res comes out early. Same positioning right again for Crashies. Right by the shed. The satchel coming through. Shot missed. The swing out for MW0. Trailblazer from behind.
Oh my. It's a dance.
I don't think it saw a finesse, though. As Crashies falls, he still gets the kill to Matzine. So that's the spike down and the snake bite onto NWZero. Upshot misses as Soft gets the kill onto Digizine. Up to Khalil now to 3 versus 1. TP's across towards the A site. Has 1 smoke left to work with, and he uses it towards spawn. And at least guarantees the plant.
Does he have the lineup?
All 3 players are already there. Gets the first
Got
one
2.
there. The second one. Oh, that's a wall bang! Oh, there, but Artis saves it for Energy. An expensive round, but at least we'll take the round for Energy.
And too close, fans.
Yeah.
Too close. That was almost another round where Furia find the clutch. It won't happen. Energy, take a breath. Energy, do grab it. But it's every player is having absurd moments on the side of Furia right now. You can see Energy pushing up a little bit more. Getting the battle res here is very big. But any kind of ground they can gain in the beginning of a round versus Furia seems to be pivotal for Energy's information and the rest of the map.
And that was a mistake there from Matzine, not clearing that left corner with the Trailblazer, which forced the spike to fall with finesse with the corner pick. Allowing for Energy to really gain an advantage, make Furia scramble on the retake of the spike. Now taking control of the orb too.
Yes.
A low buy coming out for Energy. Snake bite to delay from finesse as he falls back. We got Judges, Vandals, Bulldogs. As both snake bites already used.
Oh my!
That went through the TP from the A site.
Deep boot. That was saucy. Very nicely done. Coming out of Victor right there. And I was wondering, here's almost have a fight on Hookah. I was wondering when that exchange for the Alt Orb and Shower would change. Fury was getting that for free over and over. Once you get the Viper Wall and the Sage Wall in, it's next to impossible to break that. Uh-oh. Little cat and mouse. Victor with the 4K.
Yeah, we'll take that for sure.
Nicely done.
Beautiful showstopper and the answer back. Salvaging these rounds. Like we mentioned, it started off 7-1 pretty much. Since this eco that Furia won on that second round. And now it's time for Furia to even try to get that lead back.
Yeah.
Continue that spread of the lead that they've built.
This pause comes out after the first round. Furia have not been able to plan. Very aggressive from them in this game. Being able to get into the site, test Energy on the defense. There's one of the reasons they didn't plan. Nuke going into Hookah, able to take out most of the team. So seeing what they can shore up in that sense, not doing too bad. But at 7-3, we do see the coach wants to call a timeout and make sure the team stays on this path to victory. Few ultimates ready. Seekers, Orbital Strike. Post plant becomes even stronger now for Furia once they get these plants going again. If Energy cannot stop them. And they're close to getting a 9-3 here with a very dominating first half. The rounds they've won have not been messy, clean to the end. And they've been taking their time, too. We talked about the 4v5s. They're 2-0 in 4v5s when they're down a man on this map. I talked about their percentage earlier. I forgot the average. So they're at 34%. The average for winning those 4v5s is 27%. So, yeah. Furia is pretty wild when it comes to organizing the mid-round, figuring out the best practice to get back into that man-down situation.
Now as we resume the round, 11 here in this first half. Furia once again, the default of moving up, the double clear to make sure that nothing is coming up on either ends here of long B. Operate, or should I say, sorry, a Phantom coming out on Victor in this round actually, as they don't have it anymore. And same thing for Digizine. Vandal on his end. As Furia pulls back to go for an A hit.
I've got your trail.
Cool. Snakebite slow to start things off. Nice shot from Finesse. Swapping NWZero from the air. Orbital Strike on the attack. We've played out towards U-Haul.
Yeah.
Som is also waiting in there. Counter Seekers coming out from the defenders. As it does get the hit onto Digizine. Artist trying to move forward. Flushed out by Amali. Forced to fall back. Makes it back safely at least. As 3 players are closing in. Nice paint shells towards towels as now the spike falls. Now the battle of the new barrel. Out towards the changes of the A bind. Matzine fights back onto Crashies, but still at a disadvantage or Furia.
Energy are doing all of this while Sam's still inside, so great delay.
Wants to make sure that Furia, if they decide to TP towards the B site, could be there, but it's not needed. Somehow Digizine
cannot stop
opens up the site again, and the plant punting some at low HP in a 2 versus 1.
Furia right back to planting the spike. And now Sam, this harbor unbind, can he get the clutch?
One enemy remaining.
There's that wall bang to answer back at the Mazine, but he's now down to 6 HP. Trying to find Digizine here, and forces out the high tide. The Cove then onto the tap. The Gulag to come through, but he steps out of it and gets punished once again by Digizine, who's coming out to play today.
Last round
Feeling
before the
so
switch.
good there. And we even see a change from energy on that round and how they set up. With that high tide, them came Artis is slow. So they're predicting that there's going to be this fast hit from Furia, but they still can't stop it. Again, the round goes long. Furia figures out the positioning. Digizine does Digizine things. And it just happens. Really nicely played by Sam there to actually exit just a bit on a back left kind of walk. So you get the spherical help from your Cove in which angle you're about to see. So pretty heady play there, but still doesn't get it. And right in again go Digizine and crew. Furia's in A.
Now Sam's trying to play Duck Hunt after he pulls out the Reckoning. Bodies flying everywhere, but it's still Furia with the first blood. Trying to delay as much as we could, but we've delayed enough for the rotate to come across. Operator in the hands of Victor. All of the members of Energy is rotated across. Operator now lost. Pit to cover out towards U-Haul as Sam finally answers back. And he's gonna have to do heroic plays. The full slice. Double pit pretty much.
They're still in sight, and Furia's taking it.
Yep, and the wall bang onto Matsini. The second one onto Endo. Somehow is getting all these kills through the smoke. Oh my gosh. 1 versus 1. Up to Digizine once again. Spots finesse. Closing in on the gap. The legs are peeking out.
Just hunting.
But Digizine wins that fight, and they get that 9-3. The clutch coming out from Digizine.
He's loud, but I've never seen him stand up, fans. Oh my word, Furia knows the beating that they're delivering to Energy right now.
That was so close there, an opportunity to get things done for Energy. A moment where Sam could have swung it around for their side. Those 4 kills that he got through the Viper's pit.
Oh my god.
Caught into a reload, nothing that he could do, did his job. It's just floated across. Always saw that angle there on to finesse and finally closes in for the kill. And with that, it's time to toss it over to our international icon, Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, Riven Van Silly. You know, you can question the way that Digizine puts on his socks and shoes, but you cannot question that my boy is out there fragging on the server right now. Mimi, Digizine was like Mary Poppins. He was like a deadly version of Mary Poppins, except with knives.
I'm convinced that he was just unkillable. The last 2 rounds, both, it looked like Energy was going to pull something out. And then Digizine just closes things in a ridiculous fashion. And it even rewinds earlier in this game. It was just in the first few rounds that this double duelist comp got rolling. The executes were just, it didn't seem like Energy was ready for the pace.
That story begins at the start of the half. They got ecoed the second round, and then countless times we're seeing Energy up in a ban advantage, 2-man advantage, and Furia still finds a way to claw back in. This is uncharacteristic from NRG, these unforced errors, letting Digizine take advantage of that, and a player of his caliber, he's going to hit those shots.
Like 400 ACS right now. It's absurd what he's putting up. And the thing is, it's a double duelist comp too. So it's both him and MW Jazera doing such a good job setting the pace in this one. I think you're seeing here some of the moments where NRG is still new to this composition. I think of that round 4 we just watched, where like someone's trying to put up a sage wall, a hard wall is trying to get thrown. Well, they're getting fully ran over. This is reminiscent of the first time that Loud was bringing back double duelists on Split, actually versus NRG.
That's actually quite fascinating, and it leaves us in a question of like, did NRG do enough Mel this half? Like 8-4, that's tough, right? You know, do you feel good about them going into the next half, NRG?
I mean, NRG's attack halves have always been insane. You can cope by saying it's the defense. They do have a very strong comp for defense, but we'll just see what they cook up on attack.
I mean, you say 9-4? I would have thought that too.
Oh, 9-3, sorry. I said 8-4, my bad.
They robbed 2 rounds right at the end. It was absurd that TG won that. It should have been 8-4. It should have been a better opportunity for NRG, but Furia is so heavily in the lead. They're looking at peak form. I feel like this map might just be over.
Yeah, Furia is looking on fire. NRG needs to find an answer. Let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you, GB, Mimi, and Mel. And yes, indeed, a tough fight Not a scoreline that you want to see if you're a fan of Energy to start things off on their map pick. And now, as Furia takes the defense, an opportunity for even DGZ to shine on the operator. With the way that he's been playing on that first half, man, they got to figure out a way how to stop him.
Yeah, it's going to be tough if he's going to be holding hard angles. And to look at, actually, just thinking back to Energy playing 100 Thieves, they had trouble containing Asuna blasting into the site and lost a few rounds from that, but came back on the attack side. So almost history repeating itself here. Not in the score line, but just in the style we saw for Energy's first bind game here.
So interesting.
Oh,
Three players playing towards the TP as they're going through. For Furia, Trailblazer to clear out the site, the double to push across. There's that trade, but there's still two players to close in on the Crashies. And he does his job. A 3 versus 3. Finesse on the reeler for that double kill himself. A great start for Energy into the second pistol.
Wow, okay, things slow down for just a second here, thanks to Artis, but Mid's getting pushed. Victor with another frenzy.
Not enough time here for QCK to come on a rotate to support his teammate. Now has to clutch a 3 versus 1 with only a ghost. The first tap onto the spike, the spray across. The wall comes down on the other end. Still gets the second kill. It's a 1 versus 1, but finally Victor is there with the frenzy. Just to save on the recross back to site as Energy gets the second pistol.
Oh my god, that round I actually couldn't tell if we had a defensive team. Furia played offense just as much as Energy there. Coming through the teleporter right off the rip. Digizine finding another first kill. And it just making Energy not look as coherent as we're used to seeing them. Honestly, Digizine is just having such a day over both Victor and Artis, who are down in first kill, first deaths. He is the duelist to watch right now. He's actually just like, MW, if you want to grab my slack, you can. But it's wild to see what Digizine gets going. Here we are into a round 14 and a bit of a map split here for Energy. They're going to use just a mid wall to go up. We'll see a few different ones here from Finesse as they try to work the map and condition their opponent. Something that Finesse is so good at. We'll have to see how they try to here in the early parts of the game.
Exactly. The cascade that was pushed forward, and Medzine thought that he had a timing to get information down towards Sand, but Crashies was already ADSing towards the fountain. Back into that spot, doing a lot of heavy damage. Now as they gain access into the B site, the wall across, the execution comes in. And Medzine gets punished, trying to find that timing. All ready to rotate, Elise comes back though for Furia. Pain shells ringing it across just to delay the plant a little bit more, but Crashies will finally get it down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they still have Finesse on the outside here. Not really worried about what kind of firepower is going to be coming from Furia. They can take this with that flank watch. This could be a bit of a backstab. I don't know for who yet. Depending on who moves here first. Looks like Finesse will get the upper hand, being super patient.
If anything, to the loss of Som.
They're waiting for Digizine.
The timing on this.
Oh my word!
Rib
Now
with
they're
another
gonna
cast a curse.
I'm sorry.
There's a trade there from Som. At least we're going to seal the deal here, rather, for Energy. They're going to be able to at least capitalize on that second round, getting the second one into converting the pistol round that they won, which they failed to do in that first half.
Consumed and paid. Get a little bit of that money back.
We know what we're doing. Trust
Now,
each other and we'll be fine.
Energy grabbing the second one. Can they get their bonus? String some of these rounds together and catch back up to Furia and the pace they're trying to put here on to bind their first play of the map on VCT Americas now. Control ping over towards showers. I think we're going to get Digizine up on the box there. We'll play a little bit of duelist utility through this A site if Energy does decide to take it after all. Right now set up towards the default. And this wall just continuously used now by Furia, right? Oh, actually this one doesn't go through the teleporter. So a little bit of a miss on that one to the right. Shower control for Orb. Seekers for Crashy, so they're going to focus that up more than we saw. MW Zera getting focused on that raise. You can see how much Finesse and the team really prioritize that information.
Smoke's down. Digizine's on the top of the boxes to try to get a shot as soon as his wall comes down. Spots Song crossing over and dashes in back towards the site. Does get information on two players as a high tide comes out and a full execution for Energy. Sage wall coming up for a safe plant. Even a cove was dropped down to guarantee that plant. It's up to Energy to hold their grounds now as the high tide's about to come down. Victor with the forward position towards the APC. We hear the TP out towards the A side.
Great
and it's
coverage.
Mazine that gets the kill into Crashing. It's almost a punishment there onto one. But it's still Energy at a disadvantage.
CK. They're finding it.
Onto the spike. 2 left alive now for Energy. It's Artis and Victor on a 2 versus 3. Victor going inside the Cloudburst for the kill with the Jazine. Big kill to get as he gets traded off by Madzine. Artis on a 2v1. Makes it twice. Makes it 49 HP. Artis in the ambulance with them in the clinic.
Oh, he does. Get out the stretchers. Wheel him in. Exactly what Energy needed. That bonus was huge, as we mentioned at the beginning of the round, to catch back up to Furia here. And that round actually looked like Energy had positioned themselves in the post plant for almost too many 1v1s. We saw Crashies go down there at the beginning, and then there was this, the showers was taken. Quick got a kill, and it was all up to Artis. But you know what? Artis has been on point the last few weeks, even going back from the Jet to this Sage. So no worries there for Energy.
This is a very important round. We're right now on a smaller buy, focusing on potentially this orb for Digizine, just to get the Blade Storm activated. A jump spot though from Madzine towards long, damage down to 53.
Bit of a flash.
Uses them both right away.
Can't get out.
Second time gets punished right there for information. Wall comes up here from Hookah. But Digizine's just holding his angle this whole time, not picking up any orbs.
This is a spike down strat as well for Energy, so you know they're trying to get exactly that out of Mazine. Who's going to fight us? Who's going to think we're only just pushing up to gain this space to go in? No, it's a fake. It's back to A for Energy. And this is what Finesse loves to do. Wait out these rounds, see who else can push. The patience here from Sam as well. We'll find Digizine from Showers.
That might open up the A site. See the lurk coming out from 2 other players from Energy. That's Finesse and Crashies. Making sure that we clear out towards U-Haul. There's a flash to spot nothing. So the call for the rotate. The other 2 players that were defaulting towards the B site, group it up. As Energy now are able to walk into an open site. Thankfully they did, because if they wanted to split into the B site, there was QCK with a judge waiting there.
And leaving nothing to chance. The anti-eco has played perfectly so far. You may lose a few on the way out if Furia can be Furia and find those weird kills. But it looks like they're all staying. No, never mind. They are not staying. I thought they were going to stay by teleport, but now they're going straight through to the site, and you're also going to get QCK.
And speaking of QCK, he's now the last player standing.
Farmed. Farmed.
Sam has a 6th sense today here.
That was like 5 jaws on the floor on the screen right there. Everybody in awe on that one. Sam's Harbor on this map. You gotta call it out. It provides so much for the push, the space gaining, if they really want to go up towards mid, if they want to slow some things mid. We saw the Harbor Wall on defense was mostly being used to control a lot of what is coming up that gut into A.
Check him PC for that kill.
Check him PC, yeah. Just seeing the defuse clutches he had last week as well. Feels good on that Harbor, and Sam is making some content.
And just like that, 7-9 right now. Closed in gap, our Energy looking much stronger on the attack, much more comfortable. As this double controller might be that opportunity to really split these sides open to get into here, but it's been a lot of these plays where converting into that bonus round actually against Furia's gun round really hurt them for Furia.
Energy's been so good at getting that spike down. 4 out of 4 rounds they've been able to collect here. So yeah, Furia really struggling on getting those retakes. Not one yet successful here in this second half. So really have to see how they switch things up. That could probably be reaching deep into the pockets as we see Digizine has an op now. Bladestorm online as well. And when we see Furia timeouts, I did an analyst segment on the desk on this, always look for funky stuff to happen after. They usually try to flip the game on its head when they come out of a timeout and throw something at you you're not ready for. And look, right in mid.
Yep.
With an op in mid. Is he just going to walk up and shake their hand? Crazy stuff. Digizine already in the combat zone.
And then MW0 looking for the support too. Paint shells needed through the TP. If he needs that support from the B site, the flash does get information onto at least one player out towards B long. And that was a flash thrown here by Madzine. But for Energy, we want to move in quickly. Showstopper already activated for Victor.
Yeah, pressure stopper.
Wait, it forces out to rotate.
Exactly.
Jazine is still waiting here at this cubby angle with this operator. Are we double guessing? We're second guessing for Furia. Staying back towards the back of B site.
Oh my god.
The barrel of the gun sticking out. Jazine does get that kill out the finesse. But meanwhile, though, Energy has closed the gap, has made it into B site. Seekers to answer back, knowing that we're getting pressure towards elbow. Furia looking to fight back in that angle as well. As the plant at least comes down for Energy. All players are Furia towards the spawn. 3 players of Energy stacked inside the site with Artis watching it from hookah. There's finding the first blood on the attempt to retake for Furia. As we've eaten up on a 4v4. Big flash now coming out from Energy as they pick up 3 kills out of that, leaving MW0 by himself. A great hole for Energy on the post line. Off Crashy's flash. And this will seal the round now for Energy. The triple swing there. And now we are only 1 point away at tying up Bind.
They will not let Furia win a retake. And that, at the beginning of that round, I was like, oh my gosh. They're not letting Finesse mind game them on these rotations, right? Digizine came up on top of that play, but it didn't matter.
One enemy
The
remaining.
play still happening mostly inside the B site in the majority. And Energy still held that strong. Fist bumps all around, and like you said, within 1 round of tying this now. And like I said before, 100 Thieves had a great attack versus Energy, but when Energy got back on attack, that was a different Bind that we saw. Here, they're showing us once again how powerful they are at working the map and having the upper hand on their opponent once they get to the site. Let's see if they can get the plant down again here. 100% so far on this half for Energy.
Big snake bite pushing Khalil away. Another flash blinding MW0. Could be the same person in the eyes of Energy as they're looking to scale back into the control of U-Haul.
Loper.
Both plant. But Util tried to force him out. Som still gets it down as Artis gets the first into the round.
Very high tide. Coming around. Digizine slowly making his way towards Victor at this point.
Looking for the Bane switch. Hiding behind the wall, but the Digizine comes back with the Blade Storm. Both of them hiding inside the smoke. It's Dusty. Vandal now picked up. Spraying across, but Finesse is the one that gets the kill.
Oh my gosh. What? Just huddled there in the same spot. That's actually such a weird situation to be in because usually you are not planting if it doesn't feel like you have full control of the site. But yeah, they were very happy to set up this little fight, up, down, quick double stack towards that area. And with the wall set up, turned around behind them, it wouldn't work anyways if they did win the fight. Really clever stuff coming out of Energy there to mix up Furia on the take. 9-9 now. Still spending big. Operator on the side of Furia as we go straight for the showers. Flash through with an own smoke. Nicely done. Trying to break a little bit of space, but they do not get Furia to move just yet.
Now is a molly being thrown by Khalil towards showers just to push Victor back. NW0 still has his pain shells. If Energy are looking to re-hit towards showers. Meanwhile, though, it's looking to be aggressive for a push into U-Haul. And that snake bite allows a Finesse to put out that pit. And with a high tide again, potentially another Cove plant. NW0 already used his pain shells as Energy are slowly walking in.
Right here. Finesse used this same strategy before Energy did to actually rotate a team over to A and fake B. This time they full A, drawing out the ultimates and still having control. So that is not going to cook U-Haul. They still go for the plant with the orbital strike.
Yeah. But while the orbital strike came up, Fury were damaging this Sage wall, and it's about to drop. So make it a little bit difficult here to go for the plant, so it comes down to this lurk out towards showers. Victor moving forward, MW0 looking to clear with his own
30
boombot.
seconds left.
And that's gonna foil the plans for a bit. It's gonna come down to the final seconds for this plant. As the high tide comes back up here for the attack. Som still gets a kill through the high tide that he put up, so that's Khalil to fall. That gives the opportunity for a late lurk to happen as the plant comes down for Energy. Off so far doesn't get any value. Reckoning out onto this post plant as Victor has that angle into showers. Finesse on that 1v1. Oh, the no-scope cannon from Digizine.
Oh my gosh.
Right into the chest. But Som gets that lurk out towards U-Haul. And now it seems that NW0 is just pinned. out towards the A side, doesn't know where to go.
Save.
And it decides to go away to save his weapon. And just like that, it's NRG taking the lead for the second time into this game on Bind. Surprising, because it was a pistol that they won.
An incredibly dominating half so far. NRG have planted every round and won every post plant on this attack. They are just not stopping. And Furia can't find an answer. They are absolutely just dumbfounded on how to get NRG down more than a few players before they're in the site. Sam has been alive for the majority of these rounds and is one of the ones on the front line here. So NRG protecting each other so well, covering the angles, and absolutely using that util to the max to keep Furia back. No layers from Furia have worked yet to get back in these retakes. Low buy again. This is where NRG swings around themselves. Look at that. The score line, just NRG dominating the second half.
That's Sam at the helm. At the top here of the scoreboard for NRG, and for Furia, you see this Phantom being perked. Well, for MW0 that he saved in on that previous round, rather. Trying to play aggressive with Digizine's Sheriff. But that wall coming up here from Finesse is just going to push them back. Trying to play this very patiently. QCK now being pushed away by Pain Shells, even a Trailblazer to clear out towards Hookah, so that nullifies the Judge.
Pretty quiet round from what we've seen before, Vance.
Exactly. And that's the thing, too. Furia, for the first half until now, has always been very, very loud.
Yep.
Very aggressive, and they don't have that opportunity now on this double duelist play on the defense to get too much value. NRG's doing a good job just using that utility to clear everything that they can before they move into these final hits.
A little bit of a hold shift around for now. A lot are here. I like the push up by Digizin to be ready for anything to come back across the map. And it looks like Cascade and the rest of this util will be the fake. Nobody's there immediately. They have to regain the space, Van Silly.
Oh, the timing on that. A double TP from the A side. They wanted to go for a trap play for Pain Shells into Sands. But instead, NRG off this timing moves into an open A site.
How is there no call that... No, they're not in
10
sight.
seconds left.
Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe they're ready to play full retake here, but it just looks like Furia got absolutely bamboozled. They are stronger coming back together on this eco round. So maybe they just wanted to get themselves the safety. We'll give them benefit of the doubt for a moment here as Digizine comes around the corner to crash his Phantom.
Yeah, Crash is just waiting there with the Vandal as he gets that easy pick off. We potentially had that power numbers back towards the spawn when QCK could maybe try to retake with the Judge, but there's a lot of that time that's being wasted so far. It's not looking here that Furia wants to try to attempt to hurt the economy of NRG. Also not wanting to give away any of these ult orbs in a situation that seems to have lost for Furia. Also wanting to keep this Phantom that NWZ kept on that previous round.
Wow.
So protocols are in for Furia. The patient game, playing the long game on top of that and trying to get their money right until these final rounds of Bind.
NRG not letting Furia's timeout come into play, not letting any of these defensive strats affect them, and Finesse continues to call around what's happening on the map. Different wall set up here from the side of Furia, looking to just cover more towards Hookah. Maybe expecting Artis to get up, play for a battle resin somewhere on that B site. Double push towards Showers for Furia here. It's going to be a quick alt orb, it looks like, for MW0. So we could have a showstopper here that Furia is planning on in the next rounds. Oh my, he's so aggressive with the off.
Trying to do a little bit of a punish here from the timing of the Trailblazer. But the heal did come out here from Artis, so it was potentially a wallbang.
Here.
They haven't fully taken shower control yet either. Being very patient. Digizine backside here trying to hold, but this looks like a commit for NRG. They've done this all five in the same spot, and they just set up this little protective area, and Furia does not seem like they can break it. Here comes the wall, here comes the cove. Plan is down with 2 and you all.
Artis is trying to get that punish with the Vandal against the operator of Digizine. Now wall gets instantly broken on the defender side. They're trying to retake, already 4 players inching in from Furia. The TP coming out too. Crash, she's looking for the late lurk. 3 players are inside the showers here for Furia as they're closing into the new boxes. Som with an off angle down towards towels as Digizine does make the operator ring to make it the player advantage for Furia on this retake. And it's working out for the defenders. The lurk doesn't work out, but the flashing will. It's going to find so many, but he only gets one. It's at halfway. It's up to Artis. He does get the first pick. The second one.
silly.
And back onto the tap.
Okay.
But then finally, the high-low then in the end.
Team A.
Furia is able to stop the bleeding as they get round number 10.
Finally locked out. Find that defuse. A little bit more room on these rounds. They have so much to work through on the side of Energy. That just being their first retake of the second half. And that just tells you how punishing this has been. And a big factor for the retake, the start with the operator and the team flooding in together right here. We got a little sketchy there at the end. On somebody might have made a call that Artis was short, but he was indeed showers. This operator. Oh, they hear the blast packs.
Oh,
spam through the wall from Victor.
What a pre-fired shot there. Predicting the repeat of somebody at least, and it's Digizine with the operator. And that will initiate Energy's fast take into the A site. Still a player behind here towards U-Haul, and that's QCK. Trying to find the timing as it gets the headshot to finesse. Answered back though by Crashies as they're still looking for this plant, making sure that nobody else is pushing out for Fury, at least for now. Coast is clear. Cove is down. The plant now comes in.
Spike planted.
Oh.
It's rocket after rocket. Pain shells on the ground. No damage onto NW0 as he moves in. Out towards showers now. The wall
show goes on.
Blocks the showstopper from doing any damage. Seekers then to get a bit of information to flash and follow behind the Seekers. It's time for Crashies to play behind the towels. A flank coming out from Madzine as it's currently being watched by Artis. No kills are coming in yet. Energy with the protocol play. And Furia looking to fall back to pick the operator and save here. Do some damage, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, Energy's reached so far. And the operator doesn't get saved. A big round for Energy to put them at map point, and the economy broken for Furia.
There's no way they buy another op. Nope. That's huge. Digizine's at 100 credits. Crashies enjoying everything about it. It's that gum buff. He's still chewing gum. Gotta check that gum. So where will they go this time? Setting up, it looks like they do want to get Mazine to get some information down long B, but the ping is going there from Energy. Last time they played this, it was the hold shift round, walk up and find Mazine alone. That's how they started that round. They might look just like that again with a little bit of a lurk here from Finesse.
And this is one of those rounds that really hurt here for Furia. Breaking that streak from Energies, the 8-round streak that they had. They win the round, then they lose this one here, and the economy's still in shambles. Thankfully, there's still a Blade Storm available for Digizine. This is pushing up here with QCK, trying to play the bait and switch out at short A. Meanwhile, for Energy, understanding the slow economy, trying to do the same thing, trying to see if Fury is going to try to do the same thing. To jump peek, find information, punish them as they try to gain this information. And thankfully here from Manzine, uses a Trailblazer first to confirm at least some sort of contact here at long.
That's the second time we've seen Finesse with lineups here on B. Super big fan of lineups that aren't in the post plant. They're helping to take. He has a few that land on the spot on the box at B and in Cubby. As the B site happens, Mazine is ready.
Artis had to stay alive here. And that res, and it's Metzine to get two. Finally, Finesse answers back. 40 seconds left. Smoke coming out to delay here on the defensive side. And Energy are looking to push back towards A. Still got a player waiting right here in front of your screen, in front of your eyes.
30 seconds left.
It's QCK with the judge.
You will be judged. Let's see how this works out.
Energy does have util for this if they want to try to clear it. Looking for the walk play instead.
This would be huge. Oh, they're not even guns out!
Spike down A.
13 seconds left. Victor will hear the TP at least for one player. But the Digizine's already around the corner. There's the Blade Storm. Hop draft and the right click.
Woo. You actually, a great hit there as we keep this one going. 12 to 11 now as Furia get another retake on this. You actually see Brimstone smokes now sometimes on top of that box with New Mine, and that and just around to the L box. So you don't have a Raze or a Digizine jumping up to frag your planter like so. So many good spams today. And not smoke spams, the wall spams. The better kind.
The annoying kind if you're on the receiving end, though.
They were so sure that this was clear, but you got to expect somebody around the corner every time, especially with Furia. And how they're always coming out of the woodwork. Timeout coming in here, looks like from NRG. They have a lot of ults to come out and use into the next round. They've seen that we actually just saw from NRG. They tried to molly out Mazine there in the garden area, right before the entrance into B. I think that's where we saw that the molly from Finesse was going. So playing off the previous round where they killed, like I said, a solo Mazine there. Little things that NRG's trying to do. We still didn't see the molly hit though. Kind of refined. Hit the roof. Crowd's ready for this point.
And that's where you need players like Mazine to play out in the open like that, to land shots like he did with the Guardian to really turn around over in their favor. And
exactly.
Yes, and now it comes down to this final round of regulation. The money's back in favor for Furia's buy. And it will be potentially a judge or a rifle buy here for the last player for QCK, and it's going to be small shields with the Vandal. No operators from either end. But at least for NRG, they have ults to work with here. We mentioned that res on that previous round from Artis.
Yep.
Seekers to clear out sites. But for NRG off this timeout, it looks to be another protocol play, a default. Doing the same damage shots out towards long B. But what's changed here for Furia is this smoke coming down towards long B to try to delay as much as we could, wasting that utility from NRG very early into the round.
Exactly. You kind of you fake out if somebody's grabbing orb, maybe get a molly out to try and deter that. Just going to be Vandal shots this time. Big push. And they just use a Trailblazer B long, so they know they can keep pushing this in mid.
Jazine with the tailwind, stopped by Som, and those Seekers actually might call out the second player. NW0 pushed out, who's forced now to satchel away to safety. Rez then comes out, the advantage comes in for NRG into this round, but Mazine also pushed forward to get the position out towards long B.
Checking the flank quick as they still take the site slowly with this wall. It's hard for anybody in U-Haul to take this fight. And you never really want to stack everyone in U-Haul, so that 2v1 becomes NRG's once again.
Reckoning 2, Khalil now has to dance around, along his teammates as well, and there's that TP towards that B site, but I've mentioned that push from Mazine, now the off angle towards the garden. Satchel in, he plays clear Jid's game, and it's cleared by Song this time around. Only one more to go. Nice shot, nice 2 shots from Khalil. A 3v1 now, at least a spike is planted for NRG. Khalil is leaning, lurking into the site. Some looking for the ground control back towards elbow. Launching smoke. And all they need to do now is play the pulse plant.
So smart.
Orbital strike into Hookah. The peak, he saw the second player being Finesse. But then Som gets that lurk from behind for the final kill. And it's NRG with the comeback and wins the first map 13-11.
We saw a very similar game when NRG played 100 Thieves and the attack that they were able to bring in that game as well. Here we see a rinse and repeat as NRG find their footing on that attack side and really working the map left and right. Those early rounds, you could see how much finesse was put into those rounds and just how much they were able to get Furia off their game. Really nicely played. The amount of, I think it went to almost seven post plants for NRG before Furia was able to stop it at that 8th round in the second half. That's too late. That's just too late to take the punishing.
Definitely. As we mentioned before, it was as punishing for the first half for NRG when it got ecoed by Furia, and you had to play the comeback game. This time around, Furia, they get punished for the gun round versus the bonus, actually, that NRG brought out. And that has been the catch-up game for the attack side. The attack half for both of these teams, but at least when the money was right for Furia, it was too little too late.
Some of these players coming out huge. Digizine having an immense game for the squad. Really able to take down any head-to-heads you would have put within this match, Van Silly. I know the desk will kind of bring that up and talk about Artis, Victor, and what was going on with the duelists here since it was, and Sentinel, since it was such a big factor. But yeah, this one delivered everything. We had awesome ults, we had awesome retakes, and the 4v5s that Furia were able to capitalize on with that, one of the highest rankings in the league of that. You You cannot count them out.
And with that, the second map coming up here is going to be Haven, and you think it's going to be NRG's playground, but remember how this team has played for Furia last week. It's been amazing for both of those players being NWZera and also being here Digizine, and we'll find that out when we come back from the break.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable.
True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
an answer back from NRG as they take the map. And I have to say, going into that halftime, if you would have told me NRG would have come back the way that they did, 8 rounds in a row before they finally dropped one, I would have called you a darn liar. But here we are. This is where we live, and now NRG's up in the series 1-0 as we get ready for Haven. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi as well as Mel. And already out of the gate, I just want to talk about that freaking attack from NRG was a thing of beauty, Mimi.
I mean, it was beautiful. It started strong. The pistol artist wins a clutch on the bonus round to keep it rolling. And after that, it was just a beautifully called half from Finesse. In particular, I think when they got onto these sites in their post punts, they're so good at adapting in the late round, at taking that pause, being patient, waiting for Furia to make a mistake, and then taking advantage of it. It was so beautiful.
I mean, we were saying it at the halftime. We know this is going to come down to NRG's attack and their calling, and it's like textbook. It's like clockwork. It happens every time.
Yeah.
Every single time. You're expecting it not to happen, but it's like the same thing over and over. You're just seeing them come on the attack halves. They're weak in the first. They fix up their mistakes, and the calling is just impeccable.
It reminds me of that Icebox game they played at Lock-In, where they went down, I think 10-2
Yeah.
or 10-2 or something like that. And Finesse just told his teammates, hey guys, give me 2 rounds. We're going to come back and win this. I got you on the attack side. It felt like it was the exact same thing.
Yeah.
In that game, they ran a flawless attack side on Icebox to win it. And here too, with Bind, it is just the same deal. It's wild, the consistency at which they can win games like this.
Wouldn't be shocked if in the comms, Finesse is like, give me 4 and we'll win this game. Or give me 3 rather, and we'll win this
All they
game.
need.
Look at that. I'm gaslighting. I'm still thinking we're at 8-4. All right, but Mel, I understand though you have a telestrator you want to break. You're a Melistrator that you want to break down here. What do you got for us?
I mean, we've talked time and time again about how FNS's calling is impeccable. He gets them onto free sites, but I kind of want to talk about how NRG takes these advantages that FNS puts them in and actually converts the round. So I'm going to look at a post plan. Really briefly, I do want to go over the situation that they're in here. They're going into just a B hit. They have multiple ults. We see really big info ults, so Sky ult, and we also see a Reckoning, which is an info and like a stun. And both of these ults actually feed into the Raze ult, because the Raze ult can get that information of exactly where they are and go in. Something you can go for your ranked games as well here. But here we're just going to see him go in with the dog. Speed up a little bit here. He's just going to ult off the dog here, but it's something you want to do in your ranked games. If your duo is playing Sky or Harbor, using that ult combo can be really effective. So as we see here, not much reaction for the site. You see them pause here. FNS is calling for a little bit of pause, see what their reaction is, and now they're going to go in with the Sky ult and the Harbor ult combo. We're going to see, as FNS is getting kind of picked here on the lurk, really good awareness by DJ Jim here, we're going to see that Sky ult and that Reckoning come out, and you're going to notice there's no pings and the cabbages go into spawn. So before the bomb even goes down, before the spike is even planted, you're going to see they're going to go into elbow immediately because they know that space is free. And so you want to recognize these opportunities in your games as well. So here they are. You see them sprinting, knife out. They know exactly how much space there is to control. And now Mazin, he's getting that counter control, right? He sees that Sky Flash, he sees the Sky Cabbage, and Som's gonna take this really great spot here up on the box. And look here, Furia is calling all their members into elbow. And NRG is here as well. It's looking like to be an all-out duel here between 4 different members of both teams. But instead what happens, and I love this from NRG, is that they have dynamic post plans. They are not static. They recognize that Furia is going to try and come over here and clear them out. So what they end up doing is they actually go back site, and they're going to be looking for the weak side of the retake. And it's just brilliant from them. So they're just going to hold here for a moment, see what they do. And again, this is part of the dynamicism of their post plants. There's no reaction. And so as Furia is slowly trickling out of elbow, they're going to call it 3, 2, 1, and they're actually going to pop flash right here. And they're all going to triple swing this angle together, being completely disruptive. Furia is thinking, oh, we have elbow, we're walking out. But NRG seems every step of the way expecting these plays. And it's just something that can't all just be on FNS. This is all of the core of NRG. Everyone is communicating here, and it's just beautiful to watch.
Wow, unreal stuff. And thank you so much, Mel, for that breakdown. And it just goes to show, right, the layers that we have for this team. And it also takes us to our Aim Lab shoot around. We got Artis here, gives us time to continue to talk about what Mel discussed, as well as what we're going to be seeing coming up here, as well as Artis' individual performance. But yeah, Mimi, just the layers that this team has. Every player contributes to that system.
Yeah, it's really great. And we've talked a lot about the roles for this team. On Bind, it's generally going to be that Raze being locked in for Victor, like we saw. But now heading into Haven, this is where they've gone back to normalcy, and we'll get to see Artis back on the jet role that he has been incredible at. And Mel, harkening back to your point about the calling, about how good it was from Finesse, how dynamic they are in those late rounds, in those post plants. Haven, if anything, I think is the map where they demonstrate that the best. They've been so good on it throughout the split.
I mean, it's an IGL's playground, and we're talking about Artis. We saw him on stage, which he's a great stage, and he's shown that before, but now we're seeing him on Jet in combination with the fact that Haven is just a great map to call on. There's so many gaps that you can use, create, and exploit. It's going to be really tough for Furia going into this.
I doubt that we'll see any changes from NRG, but my question is, which comp does Furia go for? We've seen them play the more normal double initiator with the Sky into a Jet. We've also seen the Harbor Viper, and they're actually returning to the composition. Last time they played this one was versus Fnatic. They took them to triple OT, almost beat them. We're an inch away from winning that map. It's a really cool comp that they actually used even before Loud did.
Yeah, that was the game that made me a Furia fanboy, and now I'm really excited to see this, kind of get brought back into this. Mel, do you feel like we'll be going to Game 3?
It's possible. It's entirely possible, and I think if Furia can get this edge here, they can have that hot start, but close, that's where it's going to be important.
All right, well, let's go ahead and kick off map 2. We're going to send it back over to Vansili and Rivington for the cast.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Yes, we are moving into Haven now. We're going back to our roots as well for Furia. The double controller play that brought Fnatic to triple overtime that Mimi has been talking about. But even when they went to a different comp, the last time that they played it and they won here at the VCT Americas against EG 13-7, they just went for the regular putting Madzine on a different role, and it worked out. But this double controller here might be the saving grace to bring this to a third map against NRG.
I do actually love the way that Harbor plays on Haven, the kind of the way that Cascade can cover a long push. It's almost perfect size, and then a few other of the lanes or avenues that you would be taking a site. You get such good space to clear forward, and that's what you can do with these long extremities, is use that Cascade to take all the space you want. But not having the breach is always a question. Here's one right towards window. All towards 8 to start off here. Sonar really lets them know that it's clear to go in, but they're facing Killjoy kill utility, all stacked on itself for this dash in, ready for it.
No armor play, so you get a full utility.
There it is.
And Khalil capitalizes on a first blood into the round. The dash canceled out by Artis. And with the high tide coming out, NRG is starting to fall back.
Look at the push already from Digizine.
Yeah, all that information out towards grass. He's waiting there, trying to see if there's going to hear some footsteps. For NRG, it doesn't matter. They can take their time. There's still a turret watching that flank.
Right.
So they have an opportunity to cut noise. And while they're cutting noise, though, Furia will understand as well that NRG are not going to really be falling back because of that position from Digizine. Oh, the fake clear, but at least a recon dart does get the ping onto the defenders into the A site. But somehow we answer back for Furia. It's up to Crashies on a 2 versus 1. Gets the second onto the board, back into a 1v1.
20 HP.
No information where Digizine is at. So he goes for the plant. Digizine activated the tailwind, and there's the shot. Oh, Crashies almost made it out safely, but it's still the piss around for Furia.
Yeah, I thought the Furia Frenzies were going to come out on top as well, and then Crashies comes around with some really big kills, cleaned up by Digizine, so that's going to feel good. He's 2 towards Bladestorm already. And they weather a storm of a pretty strong energy A hit there. Didn't have too much of the short control to start. They wanted to gain everything about the alt orb. And that Molly setup coming in from Khalil really put a damper on things when energy actually tried to execute on the site. Following this second round now. Still towards A. Looks like we get a turret rather towards mid. So we'll be seeing Victor kind of stay back on this strategy to start.
Swarm grenade. Alarm bot out.
And with the plant that we got for energy, a 1 versus 1, no force buy coming out for the attack. Playing the patient game, and those high tines, those cascades, it'll be very difficult to get some early value here.
My double's dead.
Energy looking to gain map control somewhere else after the loss of Artis, and being greeted by good positioning from Furia so far across all of their default spots. You walk into something, it's always something waiting for you here for energy.
There's so many options with the utility that they use, right? You have the high tide coming out on one side. You can get the push there from Mazine, because even if the high tide doesn't work, you have the Viper wall behind it. There's layer on layer of defensive strategy that they're working around, and energy is just starting to see. So we'll see how much they can cooperate to get around it. the start towards A seems to be everything for Energy.
Yeah.
I think that's because Furia does love the push. They're going to be short. They're going to be long. They're going to be playing for that orb. So Energy at least wants to be able to feel that out and not give up this space for free. We've seen 3 rounds start with the majority of the members here today. Right down Digizine with the Marshall. But it won't be as much of a fight for short here as it is for long. They're defaulted here with as much as they're pushing still, and space being taken.
And there's no dash away. It's the all drone. Is it going to clear?
Hello.
Makes it away at least back towards sewers as a Trailblazer comes out towards long. Stopped by Artis. So a bit of information, a bit more information for Furia as they backpedal into an A site. Lean. But the call right now for Energy is trying to move back towards mid.
Yeah, a little info grab there from Victor, seeing if he can get maybe a footstep or someone to push out due to that Molly displacing them. So you can see even across the map, if you don't have Initiator util, they're still trying to figure it out, and that is a blind Mazine right now. Oh, he actually gets a little bit of safety here as it's a feint for B. I think they're still going to want it though on a re-hit.
And a high tide gave an opportunity for a crossfire setup for the defenders. For Furia, Flash to try to peek out. And Bizin W0 finally connects onto Artis. Spectre kill. As once again, another attempt from Artis to clear the site.
30 seconds
Unfortunately, no space gain. Another one in the column of first deaths. For the rest of Energy, though, with 20 seconds left, moving now into the C site. Crashes opens it up at least for one. But there's still one hiding inside of this pit. And finally, should I say the poison orb is stopped here by Som. 10 seconds left on the clock, having to come in for a plant. Finally comes down. But it's planet safe. Crashies off the Nebula coming through. Somehow Digizine with the Spectre gets the pick off. Som answers back aftershock to try to clear out the defender's push. As now Som spots both of them. We'll get the support from Finesse as they're trying to go for the jiggle in the crossfire setup. And now with the swing out, they're able to hold it finally for Energy to get the round.
That was a big one. That was a 4v5 conversion there for Energy with Artis going down first for a 3rd time in a row.
Yep.
Not able to stop them that much, though. Energy still finds the win to get into sight and put Furia onto this now buy round with the operator. Again, for Digizine, it comes out so quick and just starts to change the flow of the game here. Furia grabbing pistol, gives them a few rounds to start. That pistol is the first of their series. So if they can keep it going on this 4th round after the bonus, they're going to feel very good about the start of this Haven map against Energy, which, like we've been saying, it's their playground. This attack half is going to be pretty treacherous as we get into it. Furia has to be on their game.
Yep. Because if Finesse rather could do some impeccable calls on this map of Haven. And early in this round, we have the operator out for Digizine. Energy committing into a plant for B-side, and that's the 4th first death here for Artis. Unlucky there, they got picked through a smoke as Digizine goes for the push and the flank from behind. Position given away here as Som finally gets the pick.
Aftershock, getting half.
A little bit of a delay, still have a star up there. So Som has an opportunity to lay a little bit more. 6th sense there for Khalil. Identifying the push from Finesse coming through.
Body blockers.
Yeah, this is going to be the defuse in for Furia. And those cascades are going to be very annoying to play against here on those retakes. Or at least against the when you have the pulse plant rather on the attack on the B site.
Exactly. A lot of times that smoke can just kind of be clear jump or people are still in mid. But yeah, Cascade just deletes everything. And when you try to come out of it, you're even easier to shoot.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the movement. It's really troublesome. Furia able to stop Energy there very nicely. It just becomes a spam fest. Now towards C, Energy's first switch of the map. Looks like we're going to run a few through garage here and make sure mid control is not given up. So they might move faster because they have, like I said, they've been on that A main, keeping control.
Well, that was a nice ping coming out too, so Artis finally is able to open up with 2. Redemption on the first few rounds as QCK still holding towards the back of the site. Fully blinded, hiding inside the poison orb. Gets a 2nd kill into the round. Support comes in as he gets picked up by Crashes with the shock darts, but that's still MW0 in the back there. Back and forth, we move out, pendulum swings. As it's up to Maxine on a 3 versus 1. In favor of Energy. And as it comes out from the cascade, Only a 1 versus 1 is needed for Energy to win that round off of Thrifty.
Yeah, and they push straight through, not giving Furia really any time to react at first. Great control of Garage, really making it only one avenue to retake the site because there was no time for a flank to come through at the pace of this round. Nice play by QCK there. This is an orb that he died in last time because he was fault blind off his position. But he's kind of trying to adjust to what Energy's doing on the site. We'll see if Energy starts to change that too, having used that same take now.
Get out of my way.
Watch on the right side by Victor. And more of a push from Furia on that A site.
They clear the corner with the updraft, but still the right click comes in for Khalil. Finally, Artis moves forward with that judge. And now finally we sought the bleed, and there was an opportunity there. Double swing coming out from A main. We get the plan down. Maybe it's not over yet here, because now 2 weapons are coming out from the rotate. Artis then pushing forward into the B side, spots the last one. Wants to continue with the judge. Gets the dink. NW0 is down to 60 HP. Not really in a position to play a Hunter's Fury on a pulse plan, so you have to be on your toes for both of these players of Energy.
What a cool setup.
Wow.
What a cool setup. Crashies obviously makes Sam aware if anybody comes through Garage, and Crashies just gets a quick shock dart.
Yep.
And knocks it out of the park. Big play by Victor there, even though going down delayed 3 members of Furia over at A. His Energy kind of runs through here with the rest of their members to be able to take this C site, which they've now focused quite a few rounds in a row, and now we'll put Furia on a timeout.
Nice call there. Good communication from the last 2 players on that previous round. Hearing those footsteps coming out from the rotate, allowing that prediction of the shock darts to get the kill. But this is an early pause now coming out from Furia. On the first map when we played, it was really Energy that was trying to find their footing ever since they got ecoed on that second round. And this time around, when Energy had their money right from the get-go, from the beginning on their first buy round, it's been Energy's story.
Yeah, still getting a plant on that round 4, but it was diffused. So you can see that Energy being able to make it into the site, penetrate through that Furia defense. And their setups have been a bit stronger now with the speed they're hitting the site, not allowing Furia to get into a setup that could flood or even retake with that much effectiveness. The chats are over, back to the game, and we are going to be in after this. Little bit of buy time. The operator's now out for Digizine, so we'll see how he continues to reposition and repeak. 2 stars going out towards A to give Furia something to think about, something to play around, and maybe even Artis something to get a kill off of here, as it looks like they want to get out into A. Big lurk by Sam for this round.
On the other end, Cascade on the defender's side to block the window. Flash out to get the early info. And with the early info, it's a high tide to try to slow down the pace. Block the information, but it's the execution instead of Energy. Rolling Thunder into the site, the dash. Now we observe that the site's clear. But the reckoning comes in here for the
How's
retake.
the lockdown game work? Lockdown number 2, when? Where? They're just buying time right now. It's not been planted, so the lockdown is kind of fizzling out here. They obviously won't see any members of Furia coming back in, but they are going to receive a lockdown of their own here from Khalil.
Meanwhile, though, Som has been picked off when he was trying to go for that lurk on long C. So the advantage comes in. Hunter's Fury to stop the lockdown. That was placed down by Furia. But with that, though, we're still storming in, flooding into the site. 2 kills comes out for MW0. A key player for Furia's success on Haven. So now we have to play through the high tides, through the sprays. It's planted for them. They're trying to get the reloads and the kills. Finally, Victor gets them both.
Spams?
And make that even a 3rd, and that's going to be, once again, the deadly duo of Victor and Crashies.
Always feeling comfortable playing around each other. From team to team, it's never changed, like riding a bike for them too. A tandem one, obviously. It's good to see them still working together so well. Crashies having some rounds for himself here, and Victor adding on to it. 4-3 now for Energy as they start to string those rounds together. A lot of ults used on that round, though. Making sure they can secure it, giving Furia all the respect they deserve here on these retakes. Again, too, a bit of a default. Is this an alt orb for long grab? Looks like they'll at least try to push QCK off, doing a bit of damage on both sides to start off.
Oh my gosh.
Digizine's pushes never fail.
Woo! The hat trick now. What? He's not going to cheer yet because they're still alive in the game here, but those were some clean shots.
He gets 2 more. You get Pincata's Sheriff face on watch. Oh my word. Push through mid here. Finesse now trying to work the map, hoping that that kind of disruption of favor got Furia out of position, but they're still very aware, very ready, Mazin, to grab the last 2 kills of that round. And Energy absolutely shut down on a low buy from Furia.
This is what I used to like to call the silver op. When you actually didn't have the op in the beginning. You do a lot of damage with this one as well, especially at that distance. Second ego of the series now for Furia to bring that momentum back.
Yes.
As they play the defensive half.
That's huge. That's huge. We kind of see it not similar to the 4v5 stat, but when they're down, they're taking more time. They're trying to get ahead of their opponent and figuring out what the best course of action will be. There, Digizine, 3 headshots. Can't go wrong.
That's what they talked about during the timeout.
That's what they Digizine go. I mean, it's not wrong. That is the strat here for Furia 90% of the time.
It always seems to be a high tide in a reaction to hearing the Alladrone coming out from Crashies. Just to not allow to get the dash coming in from Artis behind the Alladrone. As this is another duo that works in tandem to try to gain that early space. Ooh, that is nice there from Artis.
Almost a pair of haircuts.
But with that though, yeah, exactly, for Energy, we're not reacting on this yet. And finally, as we're trying to see where the util is coming from to push now inside the C site. Seekers now to hold some players back. But this is all Artis selling a fake for Victor to open up the A site. That's the pit down and an opportunity for Energy to work into an open site.
30 seconds left.
Just out of range? Or is that smoked out right now? They just walked past the alarm bot here as they got themselves into B. Just able to hold off any rotation that Furia is going to have. Yeah, they're trying to get to a save position at this point.
Nars is trying not to allow anybody to save.
Okay.
And as he looked down to call onto the gun the second time, NW0 catches him off guard. No matter what, though, it will be a plat coming in for Energy. And at least Finesse is chasing him down. Understanding that they have the money to work with for a bit.
I love this. They're pinging the op. They're like, do not let anyone grab this. They're just covering Digizine's rifle there. And the Ruzera has it. The hunt begins. Found it.
Oh,
on the run out.
Just ran out like a Euroclone.
Yeah, he didn't expect it. Oh my gosh. Just running straight out. They won't expect this. And they drop the operator. Energy just making this so much harder for Furia to come back. And Furia only doing it on the eco rounds.
Yeah.
It's not going to work every time. Artis does keep that operator, though. Usually we've seen Energy just going with rifles here throughout this Haven match, but operators grabbed, lockdown, 1 off, and we may see an alt orb worked here. Artis is going to just go mid. I think this is work off Artis's pick for now, and then Energy fans out. Mid pressure from long A pressure from Furia, and a contact on the guiding light.
And yet, despite them getting 2 rounds on the eco, thankfully for Furia, they've won that pistol and converted from that pistol to keep this game close. And another lower buy coming in for Furia into this round. 2 hero rifles and pistols. As Artis couldn't get any value off the operator. Gets picked off early. So he was looking at the top of the B site. Didn't expect a swing from Mazin into the front.
Right, he was definitely looking up, thinking Digizine would be playing a little funky on a Blade Storm. They're still A.
Storm. 2 players now inside the C site for the defenders. Alarm bot. Nanostorm's already been popped off. Ooh. There's that first kill and the spray through the smoke. Mazin, 3 into the round. And what's left are the pistols and the Blade Storm, at least, from Digizine. That's going to run the clock down for a bit, but the spike has not been planted yet. So still a great opportunity for Furia, rather, to flood back into the site. And the Bazira yet to have a flash. And The Bladestorm comes in for the kill. Up to Finesse.
Oh, just at safety.
The flood in. The first kill. Rolling Thunder available.
Oh, they tried
looking
to
for the
right-click.
safetiness
He has that Rolling Thunder.
of the garage here after that kill indeed. So he's just going to wait, potentially pop it off the tap. But off the tap decides to swing out first, and Digizine gets the kill. The Thrifty comes in.
Dash in. Quick defuse. Did you say the Thrifty? Oh yeah, the Thrifty. What? How does Furia keep doing this? I was joking when I said they're only doing it on the low buy rounds, but they are making a statement with it right now. Energy has to find a way to lock this out, and Chet's gonna go ahead and give a word on that to the team right now.
Yeah, because those last two ecos that were won there by Furia came down to those two players that we just saw in the replay. Digizine with the 3 Sheriff kills, Manzine picking up the last 2 kills, and then that previous round was just Manzine getting a 3K off that hero rifle, and then Digizine coming in for the last 2. So how do we stop these two? Manzine had a pop-off game last time against EG, plus 17, playing as a Sky on top of that, so now we switched that around. Oh, sorry, it was MW0.
Well, I think what Energy could do a little bit more in that C site take when they're taking it is they've seen QCK back there quite a bit, and it's been contact. After the site take, they contact through that orb in play. There, it was Mazine in the back site, and they still were contacting to that back play. So just a second layer, flash, detection, some kind of info before they move into the rest of that C site to stave off these multi-kills that Furia is able to get when it looks like Energy has control of the site.
Yeah. The anchor players are doing a very good job here for Furia on the defense.
Absolutely.
We mentioned there was an opportunity there when Finesse got that kill. Had the Rolling Thunder available in a 2v1. Could have potentially used it on the tap of the spike, but was trying to catch his opponents off guard, thinking that it was actually going to be Digizine that was going to push further up. But now we're all tied up. That Rolling Thunder is still available, as there's no lean towards the A site this time around for Energy. More pressure into a C-side split to start. It's going to be very quiet here.
Right here. Yeah, like you said, heavy C-side. Just making sure that you can have Victor stay in range of this alarm bot, and they're happy to keep themselves out. I think the guiding light tells them no one's long, but that alarm bot just got pinged, so they're not going to try to push all the way through just yet. Hearing some noise now towards garage, just pull out the cascade, so they find out where Mazine is for now. They may have actually heard a little bit of alarm bot as they just did that Trailblazer towards long A.
Exactly. Energy, maybe they've heard it pivoting towards that area, but it's Digizine waiting, ADSing with that Vandal. No operator this time. As this may be now Energy leaning towards this Rolling Thunder that's available for Finesse.
So neat with the high tides. It's like that distance of fault line that you can still support the other side of the map here, but you're having to harbor, not the breach. And there's another Rolling Thunder from Energy.
And with that high tide, though, look at the high tide from where Digizine's going behind. He's playing an off angle into Sewers and finally gets spotted, has to fall back and help his teammates. The plant comes down, Finesse saves the planter. And that's Artis with a judge with a kill. Oh my God, what a kill by Digizine! The flick across, the advantage back for Furia. It's up to Victor and Som. Both on the open, almost got the flick up to the fit. But it becomes a 1 versus 1. Victor's still out in the open, could reposition.
QCK hits him with the wide swing. Just a full walkout. Oh my gosh, gets the aim down, gets the kill. Furia now taking the lead 6-5. And that was just, they tried to get into the site so fast. Look at MW0 fell out of the sky for a second there. I was like, where'd this guy come from? And then Digizine with the flick. Whew. He's been in aim labs. He has been in, oh my God. He has been just a ball of energy today. On fire for the rest of the team. Driving that confidence and gassing everybody else.
So we talked about some checking PC, but this time for Digizine, what is it? Verifique OPC? Yele?
Did you just try that?
I tried Google Translate.
My
chat.
gosh.
Let me know if I got that.
I like the try. It's what counts. It's what counts. Let's see if Energy can try to get this last round. No big ultimates to you. Actually, no, they do have Cosmic Divide. Sorry. So they can block off the site and give themselves a little priority once they get the spike down here. Very focused for B. Still in. Up top. Artist on the bookcase goes down as they read that play.
This time the PC was checked. Victor fixes it up, makes it a 3 versus 3, looking for a lineup to clear up the A site. Gonna head towards the spawn, just to try to delay a bit. But Energy off this Cosmic Divide and that utility that's been used are pivoting back towards the B or C site.
Back towards the scene of the crime. They're gonna head in, and rightfully so, expecting that nobody's just going to put themselves on B alone. That's the smart play to play retake here, but just watch for info, and Sam takes that info right back.
Oh. Dodging away, putting a start down. NW0 is trying to get that spray onto Crashies after the plant. Playing tight inside the site are Energy. More delays thanks to the Nanostorm being thrown outside from Victor from the B site. So we hear it rotates across. There's the execution back. 2 players alive for Furia to try to go for the retake. The flash is huge. Som falls, and a second one.
No.
It's up to Victor in the front. 1v1, only with the Bulldog, and bites in for the kill.
Oh, wow. Victor stepping forward for the aggression. Catching him off guard. Will find the final round. It comes down to the 1v1, and Victor has been showing up. 11 frags on the board here as we start getting towards the second half.
That was another one of those moments where it could have been Furia's round. Somehow, any of these players have what it takes to just pivot the round into their favor, keeping the score very close, 6-6 right here. But before we continue the second half, let's toss it over to Dan Dryad and KD1.
KD1, okay. And that's right, I'm over here with Katie, streamer right now, co-streaming the match of Energy and Furia. And Katie, it's not the first time they were here at the arena. It's been a couple times, I believe, from what we got to see.
Yeah.
What is your favorite thing about the arena?
I think the audience is really cool when they're like rooting for the team I'm rooting for only. But I also like the streamer desk. It's nice. They give me like candy and snacks. And I was like, I want popcorn. They brought me popcorn. So I was like, oh.
Just a little bit of everything. That's nice. Also, for this match, is it going the way that you're expected? We saw a massive comeback for Energy on map 1, and now it's a little bit more even.
Well, for the first one, I was getting nervous, but then I was like, we can beat 9-3, because 9-3 curse, you know? And Energy super slay, so it's fine. And then second game, we're just giving them rounds. They're getting lucky.
They're getting lucky. It's all good. And we see, you said that, you know, you were getting nervous for the first one. I want to ask you, because you also on stream, you play Valorant. What is most stressful, watching a close match or playing a close match?
Watching. Because like you can see everything that's going on. And then like you can see like timings that happen. You're like, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, but when you play, like you can't really tell. At least I can't.
Okay, and then I also want to ask you, you said we're giving them a couple of rounds for this one, but in Furia. What do you think? So you think the prediction is going to be 2-0? How do you think it's going to go?
Yes, it has to be 2-0.
It has to be 2-0?
Yeah, it has to be.
There's no other option.
No.
There's no other option.
No. My heart can't handle it.
You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. I want to ask you, last thing here. So tell everybody your Twitch so you can go and watch it.
Oh, it's just KD1. That's
KD1.
Yeah.
All right, make sure you go watch her and watch a co-stream as well. A little bit stressful, but I think it's all gonna go good for you.
It'll be fine. We'll be
As we go into the back take casters.
Thank you so much, Dan Dryad. And indeed, yes, looks like Ryan was able to give Katie everything that she wanted, but we'll see if Energy can give the victory that she wants now. Expecting this 2-0, wants this 2-0, but if it goes to a third map, I don't know, can Furia turn it around? But so far, they've been turning around these eco rounds to tie this map up 6-6. As now it's Energy's turn on the defense.
It's not their second chance now to get rounds on attack. We'll see if they've gotten enough for Energy at 6. Is that what's going to work? Already into the site.
There's a real cover, the second one here with a nice recon dart. Ness gets the kill onto the second one, and Furia decides right away to fall back.
Yeah, the util gap that created Furia's team being 1 at Long C or a few at Long C and 2 in sight did not work out for them. Energy just really able to put the hold on that immediately. And now Khalil goes for the lurk. Try to keep quiet.
Some saw him and just pinged there.
Ping.
Look at that, just a high-low. Off the fly. That's a third player to fall now for Furia. At least they'll get the plant down. Q-Sik is making so much noise. This is heard by artists for sure. So it's going to be a double swing back towards the spawn.
Last player
And
standing.
it's a 1-for-1.
Great
The
push.
one now spotted, and as I mentioned, the flank from behind. The fault line for the assist.
Yeah.
And Artist for the defuse.
Furia really wanted C on that play. That was the initial play. I don't think they wanted to have a second strategy this round, Vansili, because it did not look like they had the positioning for it. Like Khalil got his, but Finesse already with the mind that they're going to be flanked was in place. Energy grabbed round 1. Can they keep it together, though? Now's the question. This is where Furia likes to fire back. MW Zera actually with the Sheriff this time. Okay, Digizine did buy one.
Yep.
That would be a little different if both of them didn't. They love to try to get those hero shots in, and we saw Digizine get the beautiful 3K earlier with the Sheriff. So all the possibilities are there.
These two are definitely a menace on those.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Victor going into a frenzy in this round, hesitating on the weapon that he wanted, but decides to play the close range battle instead. Artist trying to prevent the orb from being picked up, but it will still come up.
Really cool high tide there to stop that Marshall attack. They expect Artist on top of the box. Finding him and being able to source that information and move away from what could be the one-shot Marshall they want to prevent.
Victor was looking for the turret swing. And QCK is identifying that too. There's the Aljo on the spot, one of those Sheriffs. And spot a key player being Digizine. But look at this push up here from Som. That frenzy, here's the footsteps. Now the turret spots him, allowing Victor to play behind the toxic screen. 1v1 against QCK, decides to fall back instead. Meanwhile though, Som does get the frag out onto QCK to support. This is going to be very difficult for Fury to try to move in for a plant.
Exactly. Energy anchoring looks so good right now on this round. They know they don't have to move. It's on Furia to get to the spike site. And do that. There's one of the Sheriffs that we were talking about. They bought up. And it's too much more damage.
Sheriffs here that were purchased before. Okay. Okay. We can breathe.
For those two, there's enough bullets in there for 2 teams. You got to be careful. 8-6 now as Energy does stave off that eco loss. Will they be able to grab the bonus, though? Still having to buy through for a few more weapons with that light armor. So where is Finesse, Victor, and the rest playing for this round? We'll see that play once again. I feel like that wall hurt him for a moment. Victor was like, thank you, I'll take some free space. And start stinging. So they will split up where the Spectres and Stingers are right now to try and create that power across the defensive line for Energy. With a push up here. Why not?
Oh.
He wants that.
It's time for Artist to punish Digizines on their first blood attempts.
He got a Vandal.
Picks up the rifle, falls back. And that's going to make it difficult now, where Fury will not have the Space Maker to move into the site. Thankfully, though, both controllers are still up, so you can still section out the map on the hit. And Energy's pivoted back here to hold back the B push. Couple of sprays across, and it comes in favor of the attackers as Finesse falls. Counter coming through with this Stinger.
I've got your trail.
We're unfortunately not getting too much out of the bonus round of Energy. The plant comes in for Furia.
Obscuring vision.
It's up to their 2 Stingers, being delayed, being stomped by all of this utility from Furia on the Pulse plant. Here's the Sheriff. Som to answer back. Says, I could do it too, boys.
This is getting sketchy, Vans.
The recall. There's that 1v1. Up to Som. Low HP is going to be MW Zero. Turns his back around, but MW Zero knows better. Swings out for the kill.
Just trying. That becomes very difficult because once MW0 can see the spike and see that it's red, red means dead. Shoot your opponent. If it's still blue, Som's trying to fake. So towards that, it kind of leaned in MW's favor, but you still got to love the play. You love to try. Som almost coming up with another clutch there. 8-7. And that's the bonus. We expected to be going to Furia, but really nice job by Artist to get the first kill. Furia converting another 4v5, even if it was Energy's low buy. Operator on the field for Artist. Up top on B. Is that his high tide? At least he can see over it. For him, not his high tide. But yeah, they're trying to just block it off right away.
Almost got that hit.
Yep.
Digizine, though, meanwhile, has worked towards Garage with support here from MW0. Trying to find this utility left behind by Victor at the beginning of this round. Pivoting back here towards the A site. Owl drone not going to spot anything yet. Flash was looking to be timed to go behind the Cascade here into A-Long, but it missed because it hit an obstacle, so they're not going to get too much information here for Furia. So pivoting back towards the C site.
This push.
Yeah, from Artis. But it was pinged before. But Khalil looks into the wrong corner. Now to dash in, just to try to close the gap, but the shorty doesn't get the kill. Digizine opens it up. C site now on a 4 versus 4. Some looking to punish somebody recrossing. And it's Digizine now with the operator on the attack. The updraft to escape at least with some damage done from Som. Big fault line coming up. Gravity well.
Oh my god.
And that's a kill coming out from Victor. Gravity well. And now the Cosmic Divide for the attempt of the retake. But it comes Crashies on a 2 versus 1. Letting it go for a delay with a snake bite. Still a second one available. And this might be it here for QCK to be able to get
good on that one. He's good on that one.
Trying to get it into the halfway mark. QCK running up.
He's gonna
the
drop.
wall's about to drop. Oh. And with the wall dropping, QCK stays around there for Furia.
Ooh. That's definitely a difficult molly to hit, not knowing the true distance. There's lineups, and then there's an in the moment. And that one fell short, but the wall fell too, and the win goes to Furia. Very nice retake there coming into the C site. They'll find themselves another round to tie us back up here. 2-2 on this second half for both teams. They're playing this one so close.
Oh, yeah.
Another low buy here for NRG.
Here.
They do have a few ultimates if the round warrants it, and they find Furia members on the ground. This Cascade down long fits perfectly if they want to get by it, and you can kind of see them getting that flash into the right position this time.
It's still crazy. We'll hold that thought for a bit.
Hello.
The dash from Artis greeting Crashies as they do have this lower buy in this round, and the Bladestorm unfortunately couldn't get a kill, but forces out the regrowth to come out from MW0 to start. I was just wanting to mention how crazy that was that Digizine was stunned by a fault line and could still flick across being stunned to break a dart. That's pretty insane. Got some muscle in there.
That's the arm movement. You go up to the shoulder on that one. Just swinging all around the table. Now towards mid, a little crossfire with Victor's turret he's got set up there on the site. We might be catching the guiding light here in just a second as the team pushes through.
This is big.
Oh, what a play.
The first kill. And unfortunately couldn't escape. But that actually makes Furia hesitate for a bit.
Yeah.
There was a 4-player stack on energy at the A site. We're trying to funnel it back from Victor's kill on B. But this is a smarter move now for Furia to move across with the Reckoning into the open C site, rather.
Yeah, I love that. Section off anybody in sight and slow everybody that's going to be coming in now.
Thrifty in the sights now for energy. Crashes with a second one, upgrading into a Phantom. Artis also has a Vandal that he picked up. Now he fights back with finesse. The frenzy kill onto Khalil. And it's up to QCK once again, but this time with no utility. The updraft from Artis, and with the triple swing across.
Oh my gosh.
The Thrifties answered back for energy on the defense.
How can you not be good at Thrifties this game? You just got 3 against you. You're like, that's how you do it? Perfect. Energy taking that into account and delivering it back to Furia there on the round. Guns in hand. The credits are there. And this retake. The sheriffs all game have been on point.
Yeah.
Just gotta say that. Everybody's been firing off here as Energy's come up big on this one. Round 18, 9-8. Another round back in the favor of Energy as Furia will call the timeout. Post plants getting a little scattered.
A very tough one indeed, and we need to regain our composure. Had the opportunity before to speak to Frost a couple of weeks back here for the VCTs in Americas, and they always identified that they are a true contender here, Furia, into the VCT Americas, but always falling short, maybe overheating sometimes on some of these skills. But that's changed a bit into this week over here. It's been a lot of, yes, these aggressive pushes that's coming out on their eco rounds and getting good picks, but there's still great protocol behind it and not continue to push forward off of that to really regain into these victories that came into their favor on the defensive half. But now you want to bring those protocols back here for Furia to understand how you want to play these post plants now that you have the attack side.
Remember, we said Furia likes to call those timeouts when the ults are ready here. One of those is for Digizine on the Blade Storm. Ecos have been trouble for both teams. See if Furia can pick up another one of theirs here on this one. The Killjoy utility goes all the way back to A here for Energy, and they're gonna start pushing forward.
And even off the pings, the Hunter's Fury to come out, Artist with the kill. And then with the assist on the other one. Crashes gets a second blood. And this coming out of a timeout off this half buy of Furia. They haven't even made it out of spawn before they lose 3 players. Now QCG is just gonna make a lot of noise trying to do some plays. But there's one player just behind it trying to greet them. The gap into the smoke, and that's Victor right there. Right click classic at least into the headshot. And this Poisonor is about to come down. Second kill with the frenzy. And you're gonna end it there finally.
That is actually one of my favorite defensive strategy protocols. You get a Brimstone smoke out towards where a Killjoy turret would be on grass. You have your Jet going forward into window. There's a Breach Stun coming into the window along with it. Fnatic does this almost all the time, and it's just such a clean looking strategy. Energy able to put a little offense in their defense that round.
But this is where it becomes important. This is why you pulled the timeout for Furia. What can you do now with the rifle round? Seekers and Pit available. An opportunity to play a tight post plant. The Seekers are out early, actually, for an early C-side control. Spike finally getting picked up here by Khalil. Digizine somehow still manages to get a second kill. Big flash coming out for the assist to open up the C-site. And off this plant, there's also a lockdown ready for Khalil.
Spike planted.
Just holding long C. There's going to be a firing range coming through there. A little bit of an artist shot on Digizine's hair bun there as he gets taken down on default.
Now Cove is being tossed late, trying to protect the lockdown now being placed down by Khalil. Rolling Thunder available, so we're gonna push this through. That's gonna stun a lot of players, but Khalil fully stunned. Gets 2 kills, and Energy had to fall back. Crashes has to save his weapon into the next round.
All those pings are a nightmare. Bing, 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 bing. Cannot try that one. Furia coming back again on a big round for themselves, and that was just everyone up C, guarding each other, guarding flanks, guarding that trade, and they move back together down long C. Something we've seen affect teams and not be able to shoot through smokes or it gets too messy, but they still actually gained a bit of control in sight with Digizine there for a moment. This will go right back into a timeout here for Energy. Chet feels the need to discuss and talk. And you see how they took the site moving forward? Oh, I mean, you can't do much about that, Vansily.
Nope.
That one may still be in the discussion right now, but I think they're looking at other things here. And maybe not to give up so much or be so aggressive, even with that delay of the game. Still let Furia come to the spike sites to get that result in the round. I think Energy's given up a bit too much.
And you saw in that previous round, Furia had the Seekers to use the lockdown, so 2 of those ults being utilized to secure that round. This round, they still have the Pit available, but this timeout that was called by Chen also gives an opportunity for you to discuss that maybe this might not be the round where you want to use the Pit because Victor does have the lockdown to try to counter that right away.
Right. Depending on where it's going to push you out.
And they don't have the composition to really try to break that utility or break the lockdown even.
No Sova. Nothing to get it through any walls or find where Victor could be put in lockdown. So what's the choice for Furia here to make sure this Viper's Pit becomes the most valuable? Honestly, it could just be pushing a team off, and if they can get to garage and throw it down somewhere for the retake, that would almost be immense for the way it's to be played. A little bit of this mid pressure again as they keep control of Garage. Sam there under his own star.
With the high tower dashing through, the spray through the smoke. A flash for the assist once again, but Victor's not blinded out of that one. And there's that pit. Victor staying alive, 30 HP. We haven't planted that spike yet.
Good focus towards B here. You have Artist pushed all the way up long right now, allowing the team to know they can crunch a little bit on this phase. C may be a retake, but they don't have to worry about that anymore with Viper's Pit down. They do identify low health Mazine.
Now the lockdown finally comes in.
Yeah.
And the pivot towards Garage, and that's where Som, is still waiting with the shorty. Yes, popped right away.
I'm out of stuff. Hawk out.
Now there's 38 seconds left on the clock, but look at the health of the Furia players. Regrowth already been used, so they have nothing to work with in terms of HP.
They can't afford to take long, right? 30 seconds here. They haven't done anything with long, and this is going to be Artist just staring at them with an op. Oh, the high tide just long enough on that play. They're still trying to fake out for a retake on B. Or rehit, sorry.
On the other end here, 13 seconds left. We mentioned the low HP Victor first contact. Now the Jump Frost can't do too much.
Down B.
Now as you're storming through, trying to waste that clock down, now you've secured the round. One more to go, trying to save his weapon. That's MW0. He's gonna be able to get it, but at the end of the day, it's still the round for Energy. Moving up at 11.
And as close as Energy was to B site, they were happy to play retake on just about everything. If Artist got pushed off, it was a retake A. As they went into B with a Viper's Pit down, they were patient. They're like, okay, plant. Because once you plant, we are gonna flood that Viper's Pit with our utility. That's Furia could not get themselves to get that spike down in a secure location. Really nicely shut down by Energy. Good control of the extremities to make sure B did not get lost. Here a little bit more mid-play from Furia. I think they're liking to keep this at a distance to figure out what Energy's doing first. They have not been favoring A long at all, even for space, or even to stop Energy from getting an ult.
Now Som forced to fall back. They hit the lineup that came from the Killjoy to clear out towards the Garage, allowing Digizine to dash in. But Som still winning at the platform. Digizine's trying to get a timing. Aftershot to try to delay, try to push them back. But Furia still committed into the C-site hit. Finesse answers back, but Mazine and Furia are still battling. And winning these one by one.
A little bit of that second layer with the cascade going out towards spawn. That's what we were talking about before, where Energy was finding themselves going down at that default position. Furia take one step more to get another round. Really great on the teamwork from Furia here. It just seems like the power of numbers for them can't be beat at this point. Sometimes you still get the trade wrong or the utility doesn't hit, but every time they're able to be behind each other one after the other, it just seems like they steamroll a site. And you can see Energy, all those X's on the minimap are just on the entrance back in. They really didn't gain any ground.
And you have to see from that execution from Furia as well, this Viper toxic screen that goes and split towards the C site. The smoke started being thrown from the dash in from Digizine. It also is cutting the site in an area where you can't get too much value out of Finesse with the flash on the retakes. If everybody's focusing on that left side of that C site.
It's so cool because you can either take the fight on Garage side or you can take the fight on the other side, or at both times, depending on where your initiator utility can fall.
So with that, it becomes open season pretty much when Energy are trying to move back into the site. No assist from, as I mentioned before, the flash is to try to blind your opponents. Going to count a lot on potentially Crashy's utility as a Sova.
It plays off a fundamental. The moment you can't help a teammate, you kind of back out of the site, right? And cutting each other off like that does exactly that to your opponents. Kind of makes them scatter. They cannot cover. Here, Artist hasn't moved for the last few rounds from long, but he will be ready to dash, but take this aggressive shot.
I suggest you move.
Nope.
Reckoning and Trailblazer.
See you later.
Now dashing away. 10 to 11 is the scoreline as Furia is looking to tie up the game in this second map of the series. Plat now for long in sewers as the delay continues to come out. Mazine being a thorn on the side of the retake attempts of Energy with this utility from the harbor.
Recon ready.
At least we have an aftershock kill. That's up from the heavens down towards hell. And that's MW0. No flashes to fight back. Fault line then to come through, and that might be the call for Energy to finally move in, and that's Digizine holding at the bottom, now being pinged out. Trying to look and trying to escape, but somehow, wow, Madzine runs through the smoke with a crossfire setup. All those kills just happened instantly.
Got it.
I'm not sure how they didn't take Madzine down in that right corner. Playing the angle, didn't strafe out. I think he made Energy come out a little bit more than they wanted. Let's see right here. One.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, didn't strafe out as much and then takes the space. So tucking himself into that corner continuously makes Sam think, have to check, wants to kill, then has to force it. Madzine finds another kill. Just the little moments and being patient here, paying off for Furia. Now towards C again. Remember what I said about this death ball? They hardly stop.
Yeah. That definitely had to be the player on the window. Wow. On the retake on the A site to try to get that pick into Graffiti.
What a beautiful shot there. Nice job by Obs to just show how this protocol unfolds from Furia, and Energy pushing the other side of the map. And we're going to have to play a little bit of a retake, or at least lose these weapons towards the spike. And yeah, that was clean. You almost want to know if like it works against the defense. Well, yeah, you can see what Furia has in place for these rounds. Just at the last moments, giving us different strategies we haven't seen when you need these last few rounds to fake your opponent out.
And look at Energy.
Hello, family photo.
They're just staying towards spawn. And Furia knows this. An opportunity for them to just chase down these kills, die, get ult orbs, do whatever they can. And that's what Energy was trying not to give away. Ult orb kills. Because now this potentially allows the Blade Storm to come through. Getting very close to even more ults coming out here. Madzine's one away from the Reckoning.
Energy having trouble on the retakes. 2 and 6 so far, and that has given the rounds over to Furia. The speed in which they take these spike sites, Van Silly, leaves little to be countered. Again, it looks like they'll try to fake this play they do towards C. Spike is down here, so they may give the same utility, but not hit it as hard.
Especially when Sam is playing the forward position and there's no more utility following behind that.
Reckoning.
Here's a tap of that spike. So there is that Reckoning available from Madzine, the Blade Storm available for Digizine. As it boils down to this last final round, Energy does have an opportunity to delay with the Hunter's Fury. So running that clock down for Energy, they'll be happy with that if Fury continues to default, to work the map very slowly in the last round of regulation. Sam and Victor, though, pushing out towards grass. All of Furia grouped up here, slowly inching forward into the A site. Energy hesitating, looking to play the retake game instead. Understanding this Reckoning about to come out. 43 seconds left into the round. Bladestorm missing out from Digizine. No punishment coming out for the player pushing towards spawn, which being Artist. And there is that plant coming down. Hunter's Fury is not going to be used. It's going to be used for the retake instead. With the Cosmic Divide available for Psalm 2. And the fault line initiates the hit and a retake attempt from Energy. And there's that first Hunter's Fury kill onto QCK. Gets a second one onto Madzine. But Digizine is pushing towards the spawn. Here's that double flank coming in here from Energy. Trying to clear towards the site. It's not being looked here on the right. And Khalil does get the kill. It's traded up. It's on a 2 versus 1 up to Crashies. Making a lot of noise here. He has to do it. But Digizine turns around. And so does Furia to turn around over and the map over in their favor. And with that, we will be going into a third map.
There's something about these teams just makes Energy struggle at the end. We saw them go to double OT versus MIBR as well. This one doesn't reach that, but the end of the game just seems closing it out. A struggle for Energy here. That defensive side, we mentioned they only got, what, so many 6 on attack. Was that enough for when they moved on to defense? And they could not get the retakes going onto Furia. It just did not work. The amount of eco rounds that went back and forth in this match as well, I'm sure the desk will talk about it, but kind of absurd what the teams were giving up in terms of that.
the end of the day, too, you could read the round well. You could call the strats as well as you want here for Finesse, but when you have players like Medzine and also players like Digizine that doesn't seem to let go of the momentum that he's built from that first map on Vine, it becomes a very dangerous series right now for Energy. So with that, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, the final map to decide it all on Pearl.
And we're going to map 3, people, as Furia is outside getting some fresh air because, oh boy, that one was a long game on Haven. But they managed to take it, and that means that NRG now finds themselves in quite the precarious position as we get ready for Pearl. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi as well as Mel. But Furia now one step closer from being able to clinch his playoff spot, which, you know, I mean, yes, NRG is trying to stay alive here, but that is the important thing for Furia. They want playoffs, Mimi.
They absolutely do. And this game was so impressive. After a very close first half, it looked like NRG had a read on that defensive side. But in those last few rounds, Furia took advantage of just a few little mistakes that NRG made in those late round retakes, pulled it back, and have now pushed us all the way to Pearl.
It was those small timing in those last like 3 A retakes that just threw everything off kilter for them. I think that was what broke the camel's back. And you look, they had 9 potential retake opportunities on NRG, and they only won 2 of them across the board.
It was wild to see. But even before that, what got Furia so close into that game was the eco rounds. The first half in particular, they were winning just an absolutely absurd amount of these eco rounds. It seems like this team, when they're on these lighter buys, they just let the individuals off the leash, and DJ just does stuff like that.
I mean, that's what they're known for, is just this individual play. Like, there's no support there. That is purely an unassisted. He's in a micro 1v3, just dueling them by himself.
But you can also see how that would also work against them, because it happened multiple times, right? Digizine kind of trapped in a position where he's like getting a little too antsy, but it's the fact that he is skill-wise, his aim is out of this world. He's cracked out, but it's those small details as well. But even with that, they were still able to walk away with the win, Mimi.
Yeah, it's great from Furia, but for NRG, this is a team that we normally pride for their ability to kind of shut down those solo plays, to find when people are getting aggressive. Look at their series versus Crew on Haven. They did such a good job of denying Kez at those moments. But here it seems so much scrappier from NRG. There was a lot of gaps that Furia managed to find and exploit with just that insane player quality.
And that's where it comes out the most, I feel like, on these anti-ecos that NRG kept losing. It was 5 total and 2 from each team. There's also 1 that happened to NRG on bind. You can't let these things get out of play. Like, you can't just lose control of these situations. And yet, time and time again, it's DJZine. He's coming up and getting these important kills for the team.
Yeah, and also, too, it's important to note, right? Like, when we see Furia play, we know that the aim skill, it's raw, it's there, it's nasty. But you want to see these side effects. You want to see this coordination start to come in here. And maybe you were getting a little bit more of that from Furia, especially toward the tail end of this game.
I mean, you saw some of the things that we were priding NRG for in map number 1 out of the seam on that C exactly. It was the patience to kind of take the first stage to the site, pause for a second, wait for the counter utility, then push deeper through. In this round as well, it's finding the gap on the player towards hell and having everyone else ready to swing once the volley of utility falls from NRG. Furia is a squad that is so good at, when given an opportunity, claiming it and winning those rounds.
Yeah, well, we told you it was going to be a banger series, and I don't think we disappointed there. NRG and Furia definitely didn't disappoint. 13-11 Bind, 13-11 Haven. But now we settle the score on Pearl as we head to the underwater city to determine who walks away with this win. And honestly, at this point now, hands in the air, Mel, I don't care. I'm in for the ride, baby. I just want to see what happens. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to see 5 more thrifty wins in 1 round. I'm good on
I don't know if you can handle that.
I can't. It's too much.
Oh, all right. We'll see what we get here.
Comp change out of NRG. Previously, they were playing this Raze comp, which I think the idea was kind of an anti-Harbor Viper to use that nade to shut down plants and such. But that doesn't end up happening. Instead, they pivot Artist over to the Jet, just playing the standard meta comp as Furia does as well.
That's an interesting change. I've actually always liked the Raze and the additional util that NRG has shown on this map, but it looks like they really want to keep Artist on that Jet pressure and keep that up online.
It might be about the attacking sides. That's where they're starting here, and in the past, they've really struggled, particularly with the post plants at getting in, and the Jet gives you a lot more proactivity than that Raze for Artist.
All right, guys, well, we got 1 more map. Is it going to be NRG or is it going to be Furia? Let's send it back over to Vansili and Rip for the call.
Thank you, GB. Even I don't know the answer to that one, because we've had an amazing series between these 2 teams. The first 2 maps going 13-11, and in past histories for these 2 teams as well, they've got victories going to 13-11 or losing 11-13 to other teams like MIBR or Leviathan. But now I'm hoping at least for this series to go to the distance, because if not, I'll be sad.
Quadruple OT. There we go. manifest it. It'll come.
The race stays strong, and it's neck and neck now.
I'm ready for this Artist Jet to come out on the site. Desk was talking about all that utility Raze can dump in. We'll have to see how it's changed up here with the Jet being played. I think the team can follow a Jet a little bit easier. Jet gets to play that Jack-in-the-Box style play out of her own Cloudburst and allow the team to regain that distance that Raze may make with blast packs. Cascade, default take towards B long here. Mid pressure may be gained by Furia, and that's when they can start to crunch the map. So Energy may have to work fast out of this situation. Ooh, patient dog.
No stun there, but a dash right into the alarm bot and a nanoswarm to come out, but that doesn't matter for the rest of Energy. We've moved in for a plant off the Cove, and Artist now has control at the back of the B site. Triple flank coming out from Furia right now, though.
They made good ground. We're actually waiting in spawn right now for this 3 stack to get out towards B long and create the pressure for the retake.
So Furia is not allowing here Energy to play the pulse plant. One make it away, but Victor still gets picked on by MW0. Here comes the fight. Long range finesse with the Sheriff. But the fight comes back here inside the B site. Both players moving in from long B, and both players getting dropped by Energy.
Wow. Energy really identifying where the danger was coming from in that situation, held their positions perfectly, and just having two to start denying the 3, 2 members of Energy to start denying the 3 on that B-long retake. Actually pretty impressive here. Energy, 1B strat to start us off, and they do get a successful post-plant and take on that. Little A orb control here for the secondary part of the second round, I should say. And we still have this lurk coming out of Finesse. Have to see how aggressive Furia gets for these positions. How constant they're going to do this. Harbor wall out right away.
You're asking how aggressive? Very aggressive. 4
jump.
players out there. There's the first shot from Artist. The flash. At least we answer back for a bit of damage. And that you're going to be happy with, though. Crouch is getting 3 kills in an orb. You're getting so close now into the Seekers on the next round if he goes for the plant.
And we know how much that Energy focuses those Seekers. Even with the Raze on bind, they were still going for a bit of that sky play, making sure that they could get themselves up towards that Seeker's information grab. And already the plant too. You were calling it, Vans. It's definitely a priority here.
You see it, Energy. Finesse is saying, go for the kill.
Yeah, find it.
On
Get your
this
ult
last
now.
player, exactly. or you get the kill, or you die, and we'll get the Seekers.
Make it happen.
So the other one's just playing the pulse plan in case
Toxin screen down.
they get ninja'd by Madzine right here. But he's just holding his ground towards Plaza. Doesn't want to give that orb away from to Crashies, rather.
Well, he's in range now, so he can kind of play it real slow.
What's that game called? Hide and Seek? Ninja USP?
Did you say what that game is called? What's that game? You know it's called Hide and Seek.
And there you go. No orb coming out for Crashies. The round comes in for Energy. So focus potentially into the next round to fight for orb control for Energy that could get denied by Furia.
Over towards B to start things off. Seeing QCK go towards this B link area makes me think we'll get a harbor wall mid. And they may try to just add a little bit of pressure even if they don't aggress it. It looked really funny. I love when you see players early play anti-flash. Like, did you see just jumped out there and looked at the wall, like in the middle of the open. Ended up turning around when that flash came around. So a good wait by Energy as well to time that one in their favor.
Look at that, it's a double spray too.
Yeah.
Just to try to get players crossing over, and Crashies now picks it up, and yes, Som is moving down.
He's ready to unload on any spammable spot, and they know they're going to be spamming Vans, so buy an Ares. They go into the site, that's the Cove plant, and it is going to be the retake for Furia. We have guns on both sides now, just the util to be used on the retake.
Seekers to gain the space to push in through behind the Trailblazer, but Artist couldn't get that kill into spawn. Look at Furia, rotating across all the way back towards spawn. Don't want to play the retake from long B. But this little retake's gonna be so slow.
What's the move? Does he fly in the back of Hall?
Yeah,
doesn't even have
high
dash.
tide to come out. Okay, the high tide crosses towards the back of the halls. Flash to flash, and it's a surprise one from Som. The spray with the Ares with the second one too. Did you see it moving in? And that Ares did a lot of damage into the round. Time for QCK to save and for Energy to move up by 3 into the round on Pearl.
Sam over here just holding down the trigger, basically creating audio warfare. So Furia's not even hearing a damn thing as they enter the site other than Sam's Ares. That makes things tough in the chaos.
That Ares is bassy, and we feel it here in the Riot Arena.
Oh, yeah, it's shaking the ground a little bit. There it is.
Ooh. Nice sensory little feelings, tingles I'm getting right now.
All right, 4th round. NRG cleaning up the bonus, able to pull that into their favor here. Really nicely done. A reckoning to work with. NRG, a lot of times using that to separate a team who's already pushed off site. Once NRG has flexed a little bit, they'll use it on when Furia would retake, pushing them back even farther or forcing their hand to come into an aggressive stance. A main orb fight goes down once again. That's going to be a win for Furia, at least on a little bit of map space, but NRG feeling fine with guns here and still nobody taking any damage.
And Trailblazers saw 3 players too, so NRG is quickly pivoting towards the B site. Created by Marshall, by Manzine. But Manzine just holds the door open now for NRG to move in. Snake bites to the lane for any crosses coming out. And delaying any pushes coming up from the B-Link as well. And that's going to be a little bit of a 101. Nonetheless, plant still comes down. And NW0 is looking for a timing play with the Stinger.
Just hearing the kill, jumping around on the other side.
High tide's too good to continue to delay. Cascades too. There's finally a nice shot coming out from Manzine. But you can definitely see it now. The 4th round in the sights for NRG. As Furia not committing into the retake. Continue to build up these kills. But it comes down to the nice execution back for NRG on the lower buy for Furia. Medzina fall from the spike.
Yeah. No more of these eco round wins that NRG are going to be letting through, playing much more safe. The protocol here, you can almost see it every time. He did it. Sam did it with the Ares last time, but the Phantom, this positioning, it's that Sam gets to this positioning with the help of Crashies, they hold back Hall, and the rest of the team knows what to do already. So as long as NRG can get that into place, they feel super comfortable on these holds. And that, the strength of them, the takes and post plants all being successful for NRG, are going to force a timeout here for Furia.
And always micro adjustments coming out of these timeouts from Furia. So far, it's been an inning game. A plant, try to play the retake. Just trying to iron out those protocols for the retake. You saw the idea with the high tide on that attempt at round number 2, if I'm not mistaken, when they were trying to flash behind that high tide, but NRG were already ready for that. How do you break that timing now?
Honestly, you get Furia to call a timeout, you go mid to A, or just A. It's been B the whole time. With a bit of early round A main control, the mind games start now. Furia's conditioned that B is going to be a hit now from NRG. Something Finesse is instilling in their minds with always an early round towards A. So Furia left guessing again here out of this timeout. Digizine with the operator though. So let's see if they can get themselves into a position to make sure this gets a return on investment. And they're actually choosing the short shot of it. They're going to put it towards A main here. So Digizine's going to have to be even more careful, get out of that situation if he gets rushed. Ping's coming in, all ready to say something may be up here at A main. Digizine dodges it. A peek through that is so tough because you're already slowed. And he doesn't even want to chance it.
Especially when the cannon of that operator is just sticking out.
Exactly.
But there is that high tide that comes in behind the cascade, yet QCK still gets the pick onto Artis' updraft. Now the battle comes down into Art, the control attempt. Even you saw Finesse running through his own snake bite to get vulnerable for the kill, and MW0 makes it away with 19 HP. Meanwhile, though, the plant has come down towards the A site. There's a late lurk coming out from Manzine. Closing the gap. You need Furia to make the noise here from spawn. Before you could actually get the retake coming in from Art. And there is that noise being made. 2 of them spraying from the flower pots. Flash is coming out just to try to blind a bit. But that clock is ticking out way too quickly in the eyes of Furia. But they're still falling in. kills are still coming out for Energy, and it's not going to happen. This round's got to come in for Energy no matter what. With the last two pillars on the long range defense.
Oh, it gets the op.
Wow.
That was a great retake by Furia as well to figure out the crossfires, but it was too little too late with the amount of pressure that Energy put onto this round, and it was a switch up. The timeout gets called, and Energy switches it over to A for the plant. And you saw how committed they were to pushing through that Molly. It was Finesse's own Molly, so you're seeing that even if Energy is stalled a little bit from their strategy, they're doing everything they can to repair that, get the site, and help Sam and the rest of the team that were trying to plant. That was a tough one, but Energy still come out strong. Low buy here for Furia. Can they get back to some of these eco round wins at the distance here at B Long? Energy doing a great job to keep that space and say no way to those stingers. But is it the Blade Storm from Digizin that changes this round?
He's in a great spot for it. There's that first flash, but he's not affected. There's that first kill. The second one does his job. But quickly, Energy move forward, and then W0 comes out with the Sheriff, catching Artis off guard. Now burning away from a Nano Swarm, down to 41 HP. Spike now recuperated. Back and latched on Victor, as he and Finesse are looking to turn around back in their favor. As they cut noise, they're also making sure that they get some sort of timing, some sort of punish.
Yeah.
As Furia, for their sides, are looking to pick up the rifles that were left behind on this push.
This looks to be Furia's first plant denial of the map, too. Holding strong, still doable here by the two members, Finesse and Victor. They try to drop the wall on their own time.
There's no flash.
To get that frag through. Yeah, there's no flash to be playing with.
30 seconds left.
But there's a Sheriff!
Three of them! Might have cursed that one, my bad. Said we might be getting another Furia eco here, and they actually do pull it out.
So
that was huge.
It's a blessing this time.
Yeah, a blessing there. Digizine, nicely done. And yeah, Furia stops that pressure here. Energy's been able to make it to the site, get that spike down, and secure a post plant. Here, they don't even get the plant, so no extra money, no extra ground gained. And a little bit of confidence here as Furia gas themselves up.
That's the fourth eco of the series in favor of Furia.
Right, just keep adding them up, man.
I guess Energy was what, like one?
Yeah. Crazy stuff. A lot of ult here for Energy to force themselves into a site, but Artis has taken some major damage to start this round at long.
That's definitely the silver lining. Winning 5 rounds in a row, having that economy, having the ults to potentially break the economy right away against Furia. Should Furia want to go into like these heavy commits back to retake the A site? Saying A site this time around because we have a lockdown initiated by Energy and waiting for the high tide to come out and move into the A site.
Looks like they'll save Reckoning for that post plant. Artis healed up now. That Judge comes up big, and the Viper's Pit goes down. A lot invested into this round. If Furia could pick this up, it will be huge.
Toxin screen down.
Look at that. Finesse pretty much could just hold behind his pillar the whole time to kick that pit up.
Oh, the delay.
There is that Reckoning to delay even more. We still have the Judge inside of this pit. Seeker is now being used from Crashies to find the information close. Artis is just waiting by the shed. But everything is looking good for Energy right now because you do have everything, the time in your side. And it might be even a 5-player save for Furia right now. Wow.
Taking a strat page out of Leviathan's book.
Wait. Okay, Artis should make it out.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh. Just on the edge.
It's okay, he had a judge.
That's true, he did have a judge. That's why I think why he took so much damage in the beginning. That smoke went up a little late for him on the peak across. He got a lot of damage out of Khalil there that caused Crashies to have to heal. And overall, they still grab it, not a problem once they gather together at A. And shut down Furia. That's a tough one. Furia can't get their money correct after this. It becomes really tough getting reset, especially with an op buy.
Yeah, and Energy really used everything on that previous round.
Yeah, look at actually 0 ult points. It's a rarity to see unless you're on pistol rounds. So this all comes down to the utility team play. They have no big ace up their sleeve to get this site take.
And also to try to stop the Digizine with this operator in the Trailblazer side. Yet Energy still wants to commit into this because a dash has been used by Digizine, but he repositions towards the back of the B halls.
They invest so much to get him off this pick, just to make him feel uncomfortable.
An off shot missed, but MW0 is still there for the crossfire. 3 players inside the site.
MW0.
Yeah, with the spray through the toxic screen on the attack left up, but the Nano Swarm answers back. Re-heal coming out from Crashies. And MW0 falling doesn't give any heal back in favor of Furia. As Energy is looking to rush all the way back towards the A site, but thanks to the power of numbers, thanks to the kills that MW0 had at the beginning of this round, nobody has to rotate, so Magazine's waiting there.
So Victor, given a job here in this 3v4. He splits off over towards shops. Looks like he may actually be messing with a bit of the KJ util if they can find it. And this activates the team. Still have a guiding light to go. Only one of those used over by
30
V.
seconds left.
Still waiting for the recharge.
Oh, there's a jiggle.
What a hold.
Actually, it wasn't even a jiggle. It was just Finesse trying to walk down, and it was in full sight by Madzine for the kill. And now with the alarm bot, that's just going to be the save now for Crashies. A nice hold from NW0 at the beginning of that round, allowing Furia to move up at 2 on Pearl.
And an important full save by Furia to make this round a possibility. It could be a low buy here if they went down, then they just give another round to NRG. So very smart play across the map, just understanding the state of the game. And that's going to help them get one for themselves. All right, the state of the game is still Energy's in the lead. So we're going to have to see that be carried up. It seems like it's on them now to get these sites taken, as Furia has started to put up a very strong defense. And these late round calls from Finesse are still getting stopped. A little timeout for Energy here so they can discuss that.
Yeah. Especially talking about stoppage now. Chet trying to figure out how they can actually overpower Furia's relentless aggression to just stick within the site. Doesn't even matter if you're going to do lineups here for Nanoswarms and Snake Bites to prevent the B-Link from rotating across. Because everybody's already inside the site for Furia. So is it going to be one of these plays where you want to try to get a little bit more of that mid-control to try to force these players away? We haven't seen too much of that into the B-Link pressure coming out from Energy yet.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't even needed.
And this Seekers for MW0 works out so well. Energy are calling a timeout. They want to get a lot of return on. If it takes a long time, Seekers. You have Furia figuring out that strategy almost in full, depending on how those read. So a nice little way to stave off the strategy Energy may be coming out of a timeout with. And just saw him forced down onto a little bit of a low buy here. Nope, goes to the Guardian. We saw that banging earlier, so they shouldn't have too much trouble.
And then back to the Bulldog.
And then back to the, you know, he's...
And then the Guardian.
Whatever. I think he has a coupon for the Guardian, so why not, right? This is our third map of this series here. Energy 3-3, trying to tie up that score line with Furia, who's currently 4-2 if Energy take the win as the run for playoffs continues. A little bit of a rotation off the map as they cascade towards A. And this is just going to be Khalil all the way in the back of sight with some kill utility and delay for the plant here.
Now is a call now for Furia to try to add that pressure into middle. Because Energy haven't been going into that B-Link, that's where Digizine is actually posted up. So Khalil playing the solo B hold. And that's a great opportunity now for Energy to move inside this B site and do that regular execution. But there is still some delay coming out from the Nanoswarms, and Som finally gets the plant in from the Cove.
Just to the left. They double orbit. Viper's gas goes down. But now we get our 2 in the back, right? It's actually not going to be Crashies with Som this time, but Artis.
Oh, no. We wanted Finesse to actually break the Seeker. It's just a double swing instead. Nicely done, as you can play the long range. Pulse plant for Energy.
The shorty now?
Furia trying to fight back towards the back hole, and indeed the shorty from Som gets the kill. Khalil down at 3 HP, and that might be it right there. Can't even escape. Digizine looking to save his operator. That is a nice read for Energy. Oh, and the kill. Even better for the kill, but a nice read for Energy to answer back after the timeout.
With a flawless. That's exactly what you need now to make the statement. Keep those weapons up, and it feels good, especially when you can get a flawless against the operator. It means Digizine's not finding anything. Energy is able to avoid that. Furia stuck on how to win these retakes right now. They have a kill round
Enemy remaining.
and a round timeout. That's how they've won so far. The retakes just are not hitting at the moment. The operator makes that much tougher, especially on Pearl, if you haven't gotten the early kills in to shred your opponent. Up on top of the wall. See how they can get a focus on this. Already playing around that energy, goes towards A. Not even for the orb focus, but for a lot of pressure, throwing it in. They'll still grab orb, but ready to just dump this utility out and cause a move for Furia.
Finesse is just holding behind the whole time.
This is sketchy. Gotta love it.
This is just pre-fired shots, though.
Right.
Finesse still has the lurk. The orb to come up, pushing up Digizine. And onto this time, and Digizine scoping down, and Finesse turns back.
Oh my gosh. That's a little revenge from the bind kill right there.
And both duelists, both Jets now fallen. So we had fights on both extremities. Still, player advantage comes out for Energy. We're pivoting back towards B, where there's still the full KJ utility. The thing is, though, is it's placed towards a back push, and they don't have artists anymore for Energy, so this might be an opportunity with an open site.
We talked about how much that up was saved now down for Digizine. A clear walk up to contact here. A wall going down, but luckily a second one will be presented here. And Crashies has time to flash out with the team.
The beauty of the double controller.
Yeah.
Crashies is still looking for the control towards the back of the site, nonetheless. Everything is being shot down. There's that final nanoswarm. Khalil gets the flick onto the kill. We actually only have 13 seconds left into the round. Cove gets picked up, but Elise Song gets the plant. Finesse continuing to lurk. Now the lockdown's even broken right away.
Dazera.
2v2. Now Energy knows there's a flanker from Long B. The jump spot to confirm it from Victor. It's gonna have to be a timing from both Manzini and MW0. While Victor and Finesse continues with the crossfire from B-Link in the back of the B site.
Backing up.
Now into 1v1s. Individual fights, both one on either end. Up to Victor now against NW0.
There's time.
Clock is ticking, yes, but they have to come with a tap at least now.
He knows.
Just waiting. Victor swings across. Swing! The flick! The 4 came to the round, but does he have the time for it?
It's just there.
Does he have the time
just there.
for it?
It's got it. .29. Oh my gosh. In a bit of an altered strategy here on the side of Furia, Khalil moves the mollies that he has one into the back hall to stave off the speed of that attack. In the end, maybe that was or maybe it wasn't. Plays out to the 1v1. And what a shot by the flank. Coming in, MW0. I mean, it's the right call. Even at that distance, you choose one angle. Putting your mouse in the middle gives you a 50-50 to each angle, so you have to choose, and you have to flick if you're wrong, and what a flick we got from MW0. Ultimate here to be used for denial if Mazine wants to throw that out immediately as he gets to B. Does not. Yes, he does. Seen this strategy before from Furia here. He puts the molly mid, heads to B, and just tries to direct the opponents towards the other site.
And that could have been the story there. If Energy didn't win the round, the struggles of Furia on the retake plays. Now finally getting the second one. Off a huge clutch.
Right there.
Coming out from NW0. And his mid control that was talked about earlier on for Energy seems to be one to use now. Artist just
Double
walking across,
wall.
no dash, and Q-C's just waiting for the 3K.
Mid. One enemy remaining.
That wall on one way. Like, what are you gonna do trying to get through that?
Yeah.
It's like walking through cobwebs. Just get it off. It's freaky. These games right now, all three of them delivering here. Energy. We worried that they didn't get too many attack rounds on Haven. They've shored that up, got a good amount here that could make a defensive side work for Pearl. And just coming through both of these walls here, so tough to readjust your aim, get into position. Furia with a great defense there.
And how do you actually want to try to go for that swing, right? The protocols of going through a high tide like that to try to train a kill is very, very difficult
How
to do.
far is your far swing? What's my short swing? Yeah,
It's not gonna go
everybody's
too
wide
far
swing.
because of the high tide for sure.
A main control coming up, and a little bit of mid-love here from Furia. They start to move out, covering each other's angles, and this will give them an idea of where they can crunch. but they're not going to move until that spike goes down. Obviously, no words from Khalil mean it's mostly towards A. We get a quick flash over and through that hole of art.
In the top of window right here, top of plaza, being watched by the operator Digizine. Two other players being QCK and MW0 watching towards shop, and all of Energy pivoting across here. You talked about it. What information can they get so that they can get this pinch? This time as Energy pivots towards the B site, it's gonna have to be on Khalil's utility and the jump spots from that B site. And it's been spotted, and now the lurk comes. The retake, the flank is now activated.
Here he goes. Ouch, ouch. Artist has to move, delay plant.
Here.
He moves in for a kill on top of that.
Crazy stuff. Just
There's
wild.
the lockdown coming in.
What is
Finesse
happening?
somehow gets 2 kills from the back of control.
It's like he opened his eyes. 2 kills were there.
And you're now
Incredible
securing,
knowledge.
pretty much secured this last round. The pit to cover the back lines. The ult to delay from Victor. And the last 2 players of Furia trying to move in from the B link, where you have everything you need here. 5 players alive for Energy. Prevent the round from turning in favor of Furia. But this man is still alive right here. Finally stopped by Samwa, the operator. Up to Mancine in a 3 versus 1, but that clock's now ticking down. Securing the round here for Energy. They'll end the half now, 8-4, as the spike will go off, even if Victor gets the final kill.
Yep. And Energy one step ahead here. That positioning it long stopped Digizine from using the operator to get into a good position. Finesse has been prioritizing that position quite a bit. He's been reading how you get Digizine playing on it and how the team is retaking from the side of Furia. So just masterminding the defense there at B.
Well, we had an opportunity to speak with Digizine on the return of Carlau as a coach with the team. Let's see what he has to say.
A importância do Carlão é porque, para mim, né, é mais que um coach, ele é um líder de fato. Ele consegue liderar bem, ele sabe lidar com as pessoas, ele tem um jeito muito especial de lidar com as pessoas. É nisso que ele ganha de muitas pessoas. Então a gente estava sentindo muito essa falta, porque querendo ou não a gente estava conversando pelo TS, mas às vezes não é a mesma coisa do que estar ali presente. Realmente o cara tá ali toda hora falando o que tem que fazer, as coisas que estão certo ou errado. Então a gente estava sentindo muito isso na pele. Então a vinda, a chegada dele no caso para cá, ajudou muito a nossa confiança e querendo ou não, parece que deu uma nova cara pro time, sabe? A gente não tava com o nosso coach, jogamos, sei lá, metade da liga quase sem o nosso coach, então a gente queria hoje ganhar por ele, por ser estreia dele, por nós e por todo mundo que apoia a gente. Então muito importante é ter ele presente com a gente.
And they got that last time there where Carlau was return. This time it's his second game. Playing against Energy now. And they're really pushing it to the distance. The third map. It looked like it was really on Energy's side, but off these timeouts being called by the coach, we see an 8-4. A closer gap. But now Furia on the attack could do a lot of damage here with how MW0 this time around has been popping off since that first half. 15-8-3.
It makes them such a scary opponent. Because when you go to that attack side, if MW0 was having a good game on defense, you can expect Digizine to have a good game on attack. And still MW0 to follow up after that. So this only, I think, gets harder here. We have 2 teams that are fantastic at attacking each other. We even see Furia's attack sometime from their defense. So yeah, this is going to be on Energy to have the same game at denying that denying any plans. Stopping Furia from getting the site.
And that's a very important one there for Energy's winning conditions, something that Mimi pointed out on the desk before. When the previous rounds, the previous matches that they played on Pearl, they've played with a raise, right? So you had those names to be able to deny as much as you could through the codes that you're going to attempt to plant, sorry, for QCK. But now that you don't have these nades, how do you activate artists on the defense? And it starts off with Energy looking for that pressure up towards the A side. And Furia to slowly move up here for some mid-side control.
It's a good point. We'll see how much trouble Cove gives them well, since they can't ship it down as fast. A little cascade flying through, and they just want this mid control. on the enemy side. So they go all the way through towards B-Link to hit it from both. A little crossfire entry. What a neat little start to this strat, but can they execute it on site? That's where it's going to count.
This is actually going to pin Victor towards the back of the B site, especially after that flash that confirms that he's playing back there. Furia now moving in. Victor popping both nanostorms just to cover one angle before we close in. And it's a 1-for-1. Thankfully, through the cascade, Finesse was still able to get a kill. Plant now comes down, NW0 pushing towards the spawn. But here's an off angle by Khalil. A close angle, and it's won. So far, everything's being won by Furia.
Oh my gosh, he lives blind.
Just fighting behind the pillar.
Last
Ghost
player standing.
versus the Frenzy. And Crashies versus the World.
Oh, cool.
And the World comes crashing down as a pistol comes in for Furia.
Clean. Taking so much space. Almost undetected, I think, at first, too. It was a guessing game for Energy to start there, and then just beautiful job by Mazine at the end of B, taking out 2 alone, especially getting the blind flash jump out, knowing the movement he had to make without being able to see is always really cool to see these players having that second nature knowledge of each map and just moving around with their eyes closed, basically. Pistol round for Furia. That's the start they needed. How do they transition into the next few rounds? Giving a lot of space here to start off. They wait all the way back. So waiting for this guiding light. Crashies was not able to detect as they move out towards A. So this is all contact right now for Furia. No noise made.
When you spot them, Digizine has that Vandal.
Looks like Sam got the orb as well towards A, so they're focusing that Reckoning to come out. I think once we see Mazine get a little bit closer, this activates on site.
And a second contact play, now the execution comes in. Sam trying to get something here behind this high tide and the cascade, but it's Crashies instead that meets his demise against Digizine. QCK looking for a plant right now, and Energy are just flooding in with the pistols, breaking the cove, continuing to spray across the high tide, and Victor actually manages to get a kill onto Digizine.
Energy
That's a Vandal on the ground. Chasing in towards the church. Victor loses that fight against Benzine. Now he picks up the Vandal, and he gets 3 kills.
I like the audacity there. Energy just were not giving up the site, and it did make Furia think for a few moments. They're like, wait, but no, we have Spectres and Vandals. Let's go. Pushing forward, finalizing the kills on that round once they got situated. Unfortunate there. Crashies gets taken out right at the last moment. And yeah, getting that Vandal coming out on second round of the second half. You can tell how much that Furia want to secure these rounds. Another Vandal for Digizine. Mazine has one as well. So they'll work around those here for the bonus. Very likely that they can get these to find the first frag and convert the 5v4. Oh! Okay. That's going to be a 4v3 now. If they can convert it. Very quick mid play. A lot of that first half, we saw mid just being open. Left to anybody to rotate through in the extremities or the game. But already in the second half, we see teams testing each other here for control.
Even a third.
Yeah, that's big. They still want this space.
And that's something that Furia has only done later into the half of the first half to get that mid control. For Energy, we want to do it right away. You saw that it looked like Fury were really flustered.
Right.
When we saw the player cams, but then they came in with confidence on that mid side. And then Artis had something else to say.
Just looking for some frags here. I mean, still have the Vandal, but they're going to be able to buy next round with this being Furia's bonus if we remember. So the more damage they can do, the happier that they are. Spike's still down, so we're going to see this one time out as they move around the map to get these kills. Energy, they have played so strong on the attack sides, and seeing their defensive side not be as strong is such a question for them. I remember Chet and Artis talking about how some of the fundamentals weren't clicking for them, and that was just the reason things fell apart. I think they're still ironing out a few of those defensive side things, but the attack, that's looking pretty good for Energy.
When the clock ticking down, Benzine saving his weapon. Only 1,000 credits by saving your weapon here and losing. But as you mentioned in Riv, everybody's going to be able to buy for Furia into the next round.
Yeah.
We'll see if Digizine wants to bring out that op.
Oh, you know he wants to.
On the attack.
Does he have the credit?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he always does. It won't be for this round. Yeah, it would be different. We do see Digizine in previous matches, when it got down to the end, he was going for Vandal. He was more with the team diving forward. So that could be easily the playstyle that they go for here, so they can continue to take the sites and not have to have at least Mazine on the flank and Digizine out of the play. You want that guy right in the mix. Low armor buy here, facilitating a little bit more economy for Furia, as they know this is going to be a tough match to climb back to 9.
Yeah. Only 50 credits short for the Digizine to be able to get that operator. So he's going to opt for the Vandal, grouped up with 2 of his teammates. As for NRG's end, still playing off information, off reaction from turret to alarm bot, and got the body shot there onto some. Armor is gone. And Victor, both him and Finesse push forward into B-Long to punish Mazine on alert. So that will now force Furia to rush into the A site with no A main control. Especially as Khalil falls with 2 players greeting him right there.
Dash or not, Digizine fearlessly heading in the site, and the trades back and forth. NRG finds themselves on top with numbers. Not even needed for the rest to rotate. Sam cleans it up there with the janitorial duty to make it 10-6.
And that's something you like to see now for NRG's end, because a lot of these moments where you're able to fight back and get rounds into your favor has been around those protocols like this right here, the double swing to secure at least a trade. But when you don't need to do trades, when you have players that are winning duels right now too, that's going to help too in the confidence to close off the series for NRG, which now already another timeout is being called by Furia.
So 3 rounds go very fast, especially if a loss comes in on any of them, and that's all that NRG needs here to win. So Carlisle gonna get a voice in there right now to see what they can do. A lot of ultimates to come online. They can try to focus with Mazine's Viper Pit if they get in, or the Reckoning. Do you want to get to the site, right? Can Mazine get one and then you hold the site? So maybe considering what that first orb does, if they take it slow, we've seen Furia be able to play these rounds and so well from even 4v5. If we remember back to Bind, they kept winning their 4v5s. They have one of the highest percentage of winning a 4v5. So if they can take it slow, get the A orb, move back to B, and then execute maybe QCK's Reckoning or Mazine's ult after plant, I think they have a great idea to flip this game back over on NRG.
Could definitely see that being one of the main sites, one of the winning conditions, at least for this round for Furia, is to get that orb onto QCK, clearing out that site, then deciding if you want to put that pit down or not.
Exactly.
And that is going to be control of the B side orb. Cloudburst on the ground to avoid the flash, actually. That's nice, but
super sweet.
Unfortunately, the shot wasn't as... It allows Furia to move forward. Digizine down to 3 HP, though. Yet the orb never really got picked up. Artis gets another shot down towards a B-Link lurk. And there's that Reckoning. But the Reckoning's out on the defender's half instead. Trying to punish them back, trying to keep them back. Interesting enough, the orb being picked up by NW0 instead.
1 minute left. Could Mazine actually grab this and pit towards A? And then they get the hit? Like we said, taking the round longer. Furious is so well when they can sword again, call an audible, and get this mid-round strat to just get NRG off their game.
Just want to maximize the amount of ultimates you're going to get in this round or the next. Our Furia. The one-way being popped up by Finesse. As a bird swings by and flies across.
30 seconds left.
In A already. Mazine's ready. Doesn't have the Viper's Pit, but they're taking so much space off this contact. Furia do this so damn well.
Look at that ping towards the window. Last time Crashies did get a kill there, but Mazine decides to continue to move forward, and Crashies is actually behind the site to support Som.
10 seconds.
Flash to come out, 10 seconds left on the clock. Finesse does get the kill on the Digizine. No plant. Wow. A team ace out for NRG.
A little bit of tracking being done the whole round by Energy to slowly lean from side to side. They choose correctly with the gamble towards A there, with just a bit of information gained across the map. And that one went down to the pressure cooker round. So your choice has to be... Oh, my... Okay. We could have not shown that. I feel a little sick now. Oh, my gosh. But yeah, Energy come up with that. Team Ace around the board, so you know everybody was getting to the rotation quick enough.
Get out of my way!
And now Bladestorm, operator online.
The flash and the peek out to Bladestorm, 1-for-1.
Good trade.
Som tries to fall back, but still being hunted, still being chased. The uptrap out from the Jazine, but it's saved by Finesse. Now even a Trailblazer clear out towards Art. Just delays now. What else can you do here for Furia? High tied up and all three players already there, so time to try to move in. Finesse hears the footsteps, trying to get the spray through the high tide, and there's that Viper pit.
Wow. Spamming them down.
Lee Spike is planted. No utility here for Finesse, but there is flashes available. First one being used by Crashies. Second one for a 4-player push inside.
Finesse, knowing the angles he can find around this Viper wall, tries to prime those for an attack. 4v2 on this.
Right click misses, but the shorty does get the kill, traded off by the turret. Now a real 2 versus 1 as the turret falls. The tap onto the Spike, the Victor kill to put Energy at map and series point.
All the way to the third map. And now Energy on game point here, only allowing Furia 6 rounds here. 13-11 in favor of Energy on Bind. 13-11 in favor of Furia on Haven. And NRG come out swinging on map 3 to have nothing of it. A 12-6 score line here on game point. We'll see how they continue to push forward. It is just going to be the op again towards long. We, like you mentioned, saw a neat little Artist smoke towards the ground with a cloud burst to try and deny all this utility that Jets see. So you can see little solutions being put into place for what Furia has to offer here. And now it's going to be that A main control. Khalil with the possibility to get ultimate, but Reckoning is ready. So they're looking to use that on the side of Furia. Early Seekers, not too much info other than what Energy already knew.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Seekers going a little bit deeper around the corner of A long. Now puts Energy back into a rotate to play their default spots. Everybody was really gambling towards the A side. You saw the early rotate coming out from Artis. And now he repositions out towards B long. But as you mentioned, the Seekers out from Crashies, we still have it available for MW0.
I've got your trail.
And used. Artist with the first shot does find it. A quick lurk down long B, and this rest of the hit's gonna go all the way back to A.
And that's Crashies, a dash away from the Jazine, allowing QCK to pick up that kill. Reckoning going inside the site, and Som's trying to find the timing here. Reckoning now disappears, and Som moves inside the site just by the dugout. The first one, the kill from behind. It thought the site was clear. Here's the wall bang on the second one. On the 2 players left now for Furia to keep the dream alive. Make that even 1. Instantly stopped and denied by Energy. As the race continues for this team to secure a playoff spot, and Furia still had to fight, still had to win another game to try to secure their own playoff spot.
And what a round again by Finesse in the back of the site. Pivotal in being able to control anything past the coffee shop in A, past default plant, and there, staying silent to stay deadly. Nobody was even looking at him on the site take. They were reading Furia's game so well onto Pearl. After we had 2 13-11s, I expected another close one, but Energy had that distance in them now. They seem so much more comfortable getting onto these maps, and we saw everybody fragging around the board above 10.
Let's talk about those fraggers once again, at least on Furia's short end of the stick. Losing 6-13, and MW0 still on the top of everybody else. 18 kills, followed by Som at 15. They did whatever they could, put up a great fight against the opposition. Speaking of Furia on that third map, but it falls in short.
Yeah.
The flood retake plays from Energy were just way too strong.
And Energy play a little bit of ruiner here. This, if Furia won, would have locked them in a playoff spot. So, a little more work to be done in that sense, and Energy's feeling good to tie basically the score line. Besides the round differential of what Furia has right now in the league. What a showing from both teams. And Energy able to come out on top.
Good games exchanged from both of these players. And now the victors, Energy moving forward. There's also my favorite substitute player, Ethos.
Oh yeah, always. You know, joining up there. The brain goes into the game from everybody on that staff. And there you have Chet on the side as well as Artis giving a fist pump out. Look how happy this Energy squad is. Finding a lot of solutions to the problems that plagued them here at the beginning of the split, and regarded by many here, even in my interview with Ethan the other day, that could be the top dogs here that we're seeing, and they just haven't shown it all yet.
Yeah, and they did a great job here for Energy. A very slow start when it started the season, right? Everybody had Energy as favorites moving into the VCT Americas for 2023, and now they have a chance to come back fighting into the later rounds, the later weeks here of the VCT Americas, and almost securing now an opportunity to get into the playoffs. This has been a great story so far for Energy. The downs and the ups, but at least the ups are looking strong for this team.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see more of what teams have for each other this season. Seeing that back and forth on Bind, teams are about to show us a little bit more. There's still maps teams haven't showed. I think there's a lot of little pocket strats we're about to see here to make that playoffs run a possibility for a lot of teams.
And with that, a big congratulations to Energy. It's time for our break. But on the other side of this break, we will have the Verizon post-match interview and the analysts on the desk.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Americas, and welcome to the Verizon post-match interview. I'm here with W streamer Sung. After a 2-1 victory against Furia, a big match for what is going to be playoffs in the future as we're getting closer and closer to the end of that regular season that we have right now. There was a lot of pressure for this match, and for that specific reason, do you ever feel that pressure when it is, in the middle of the match, in a half, after losing that second map? Is there a moment where it hits you? We really need this win. We really need to keep forward to make sure that you're all the way at the top.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a little bit of pressure. It's just about how we handle it, and I think today we handled it pretty well. But I think we played pretty well up to our standards, and I think if we keep it up, playoffs is in sight.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good for you right now. I want to ask you something about Bind. So, your team last year and the core of Optic, they were really good on Bind, and now you're getting the chance to play that map. You're playing that harbor. You're playing that controller. How is it for that team to implement you into everything that they were doing last year, implementing new ideas, kind of like Chet and also Finesse being like, hey, this is everything that we did. This is how we're going to implement you into it.
Yeah, I mean, all of my teammates, obviously in the past, they were super confident on Bind, and when it finally released, it was kind of just like a put in play. They just put me in. They said like, these are what we like to do, this is what we didn't like to do, and then it just kind of meshed well. Obviously, with like the past performances on Bind for the past roster, it just meshed well, and we were super confident.
Yeah, and it is looking pretty good, especially when we saw that massive comeback in the second half.
Yeah.
And you playing a lot of that controller role, playing a lot of that harbor, and playing even that Astra, how is that communication for you in that specific post-plan scenario, that all the setups that you have, how communicative do you have to be, knowing that everybody kind of also has that and fills that role?
Yeah, I mean, with Harbor especially, I think, you have a lot of control on how you want to manipulate the map or work a certain part of the map. So I think for Harbor, especially for me, I have to mid-round a lot. Obviously, it's not just me. FNS, Crashies, everyone on the team like says a lot in the mid-rounds, but as a controller, as a Harbor, it's a lot. But yeah.
And speaking a little bit more of the future, that next match is going to be so interesting. Going to be against Loud.
Yeah.
How are you feeling for that matchup? Obviously, a Loud that is undefeated right now, but you guys coming up and looking better every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting rematch. Last time we played them was at Brazil, and it was a close match, and we're looking to get revenge.
Yeah, we're so excited to see that. You have so many fans, and I have a feeling that you're going to have a lot of fans supporting you for that specific match. The NA crowd is definitely here, and everybody here supporting you. I want to leave you actually this time for anything that you want to say to everybody watching over there.
I mean, yeah, obviously, thank you guys for all the support and love. It's been amazing. Thank you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Sam. And we're going to throw it to Desk to close of the day.
Thank you so much, Dryad. Always a pleasure to hear from the homie Sam as NRG pick up the win. But that's not all the NRG love that we have yet, because we're joined by the man himself, my captain, oh captain. It's, of course, Finesse joining us here today. Congratulations, man. How you feeling?
Good. Satisfied with the win for sure, but I think we should have been able to close it out on Haven. So it's a little disappointing that we didn't, but yeah, definitely back to the drawing board on that map.
So obviously, with the way that this split has gone, it's been grueling. It's been a long process, but I really do want to understand the player's perspective, because I try and talk to you guys and find out how you guys are doing and feeling. How difficult has this whole thing been? Because I know that you guys have been labbing and working. Every single freaking day.
It's stressful, especially when you start 1-3. It's very stressful, but I think the team has done a pretty good job of staying together, understanding that we need to fix our mistakes, going into the server, just making sure we're correcting the right things, and also not overcomplicating things.
For sure.
And obviously, we had a little bit of a rule fiasco at the first couple of weeks, so just went back to our comfort zone. Made sure that even if I'm lurking, I'm still going to be able to call, and just had enough faith in everybody else that they'll be able to pick up the slack. So yeah, so far so good.
That's good.
Yeah, and with that practice and like preparation, what did you think facing the two comps that Furia brought out today? Because it was two kind of different ones than what a lot of other people have answered. The double duels on Bind, and then going back to their Harbor Viper comp on Haven, which no one else is really running.
I mean, as soon as they let through Bind and Haven, we kind of assumed that it was going to be weird comps, because I don't think they would have been able to beat us on a regular one. So we assumed that much, but yeah, I think their pace on Bind definitely caught us off guard early on. Like, they literally just ran up short on the first gun round. We're just like, oh, okay. And so that consistently happens. And then when both their duelists are also hitting all their shots, they I think they both started like 8 and something. So that makes it difficult as well. But yeah, luckily for us on T side, we were able to come back. And then going into the next map, it was very similar. Like you said, a weird comp with Harbor and Viper, but we kind of always knew where they were going regardless. We almost always had the correct stack, but we lost a couple of bad sight rounds.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of like coming back on Bind, on defense you guys had like a shaky start, and on attack it's kind of like you had that iconic quote, right, where it's like just give me 3 or give me 2 and I got us on attack. What's going through your head when you guys are down that many rounds, and a lot of it relies on you having a lights out calling half, and you're in that position where your entire team is trusting you? Like, what's going through your head in that moment?
We're just so comfortable specifically on Bind attack. So regardless of what happens on defense, we know as long as we are able to get that pistol or maybe eco them, we can do a pretty good job. And luckily for us, we were able to get that pistol and the bonus, I think, because Artist 2v1'd on the bonus, so that was massive as well. But in general, they just kept giving us a lot of map control. And I think when teams give me as a caller that much map control, they're gonna lose. So it was very easy for me to then manipulate rotations just because I have U-Haul, I have hookah, I have long, I have bathrooms. So yeah, they just gave us too much space.
Once you got into those post ones in the late rounds, so I think one thing that it seemed like you guys were doing a really good job at, and that you always do a really good job at, is kind of like in those late round situations where a lot of other teams might lean into the chaos, kind of taking a pause, slowing things down for a second, and then coming out with a new idea. How did you manage to like keep everyone on the same page in those situations where I think a lot of other teams, even at this level, can sometimes let that chaos get the better of them?
I think players like Victor and Crashies go underrated in that situation. I think they do a very good job of just letting me have my time. And I think Artist, same thing, Sam thing, same thing. And I think for Artist and Sam, it was a little bit more of a learning curve. That's how I like to call it. I just need time. And for them, they just try to stay alive and make sure that they're holding. You know what I mean? And so I think that time is what's most valuable to me, because I'm then able to make a correct decision. Because when you hold and you don't do anything, for example, in a round on Bind when I was in my Viper ult for like ever, I kind of knew that they were confused about what we were doing. We could TP, we can't TP, and then so I just put the ult down. But I was able to call all of that in my Viper ult because my teammates gave me the time.
Speaking of your teammates, one thing I've noticed just watching like the player cams is whenever like a hype round happens, you obviously hear Sam like yelling and getting hype, but always the camera cuts to you, and then you're just like, dead, just focused. Not dead, just super focused. And I'm like, I really felt that because I'm calling and I just really want to focus on the Rex round. I'm already thinking on what to do next. Is that kind of similar for you? You kind of let Sam like take that lead on the hype because you're just trying to get that next thought, that next call out?
But I also just don't feel anything.
Okay. So it's an emotional issue then.
Honestly, it is. I don't like go like, unless someone wins a really big clutch round, then you'll see me like kind of go crazy. But when it comes to just like if we're winning rounds over and over again and it's like not close, it's very rare that I'll be like, yes, nice, or whatever. I just don't have it in me, I don't think.
But walk us through this experience, because obviously, you know, you've been playing for such a long time now, but now that, you know, you guys are all together, you've been putting in this work week in and week out, this has been a job. You guys have been at it each and every day. What have you learned from this experience to help you not just grow as a player, but also as a person?
I mean, learn to live with roommates. That's a first. It's been a while since I had to live with roommates.
That'll teach you.
Yeah, so that's more of an outside, like, in life situation. But when in game, I think it's just about giving each other time to like improve and not really playing the blame game, not being like, not feeding into the ego of the community where they're like, oh, cut this guy.
So when you guys were losing, was it like?
I mean, it's tough.
Yeah.
But there's nothing, we're trying to fix it. And so I think literally as soon as we sat down after the C9 game, in the practice room, I was just like, I think we just need to go back to our regular comps and just call it a day.
Damn.
And then see what happens afterwards. I think we spent a little bit too much time trying to experiment with people that don't have enough chemistry with us. For example, Artisan, Sam.
Yeah.
So I think when we went back to our comforts, it just helped everybody play their own game. And then I think that helped our chemistry a little bit, like grow a little bit.
Fair.
Yeah, and it seems like now you guys are fully hitting the form that we'd expect of you and that I'm sure you guys have expected of yourselves.
Yeah.
And the next game that you're going to play is against Loud, which is the team that you played every event constantly, every damn game last year. And now it's NRG playing them for the first time since lock-in. What's your expectations for that one? Because it's going to be a pretty pivotal match. You have to win one of these next two to make playoffs.
We just have to win. I just think it doesn't even matter. We have to win both, in my opinion, just make it so there's no chance that we don't qualify. We have to give everything we have for Loud, obviously. I think there's, 7-0 now?
Yeah, flawless.
So, yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. It always is with them, but there's no sense of intimidation just because we've played them for so long. We're so familiar. So it's just both teams respect each other. I think it'll be a good game for sure.
All right, so ready to have some fun?
Oh, boy.
Well, guys, you know, hey, look, man, the production team here at VCT, right? They live and breathe Valorant all the time. Okay, they're so good at their jobs, and they know the game inside and out. They know the strats. They know everything. So with the launch of Premiere, they figured, why not try to replicate some of the amazing strategies that we have seen NRG implement over the course of the season? And you know, for our first experiment, we tried this strat that NRG used on Lotus, and you can go ahead and you probably remember this one here. Just a tad. So, you know.
Really never practiced this before.
Never practiced
We
it.
didn't either, so.
So at least you guys have that in common. And then walk me through that. Is that just like a live call then? Is that just you being like, this is where they are, go?
We just saw a situation. We thought there would be one. There were three. Because we were just going to kill whoever the Killjoy was that's lurking there. Yeah. So we just used all our utility for him. It just happened to be more people there, and they were just kind of a mess. So,
so it was a happy accident.
Love to see I'll take it. Yeah. We'll take those.
Okay, all right, so we got it, right? It's easy, right? So here's the deal. We assembled a team of the most cracked out Valorant talent that we could possibly find, and we put them in a 5-stack in Premiere with strats ready to go. Here's what happened.
All right, we're fine. Let's go find this. Let's go. Yep, dogging.
Paranoying.
Guys?
Standing.
I'm gonna 1v5 this.
NT.
Okay, nice. Flashing.
Oh my god, I got stunned. No way.
Okay, last round the NRG strat's gonna work.
It's gotta work now. You could also try to TP there if you wanted.
Okay, I'll TP there.
That could be an absolutely
An extra
crazy
element to
work
it.
on it.
Guys, I'm coming with the blitz. We're putting our own spin on it.
You can TP in your runway.
Yeah, I know.
Blinded.
135. Oh, nice, nice.
You paranoid?
One more, paranoid.
I'm dead. I can't paranoid shit.
They're dead.
Killjoy.
Oh, last one.
One bullet.
One.
That was not the NRG play, but that was an improvised version of
victorious
it.
round.
All right, so maybe I trolled a little bit, and we didn't get the most cracked out players except for Bala. So sorry, Mimi.
That's really messed up.
Finesse, what did you make of that, my friend? What did you see? How could they improve?
First of all, they're having too much fun.
Okay. That's number one.
Don't have that much fun while playing.
That's number one.
You have to take it super seriously.
Number two.
And
That's
then
right. Number two.
Let me
Too
think.
seriously.
What's number two?
Too seriously. Okay.
Yeah, I just got to get better players, I think.
Just get better.
That's what I did.
Who are you dropping?
That's what I did. I
What
just stacked. I'm not saying that. Are you kidding me? Not a chance.
Who of the talent team? Who would you drop?
I mean, I think if you asked Reddit, they would want to drop half the team.
Okay, that's
And
They
I'm
would
going to
just
be
keep
Reddit
Bala
here.
and rebuild
I'm going to be the
their
Reddit
roster.
voice here. So
just keep Bala, just start the whole team over again. Oh man. Well, guys, with week 6, coming to a close, here are the standings, and Loud have officially clinched top 2, which that is going to be quite interesting to see how that plays off for the playoffs. And then, of course, Furia is going to be knocked out of the top 2 contention. Crew, obviously, as you can see highlighted by red, will not be able to make it to playoffs. And NRG, with that win, they're in 4th place, baby. Finesse, how's that feel, man?
I mean, it's still not enough, but
I love it.
We'll take the 3 wins.
I feel like every time I talk to you, I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? You always say, it's not enough, bro. It's just not enough.
Goes back to rule number 2, have no fun.
Yeah, literally. That, but also, I just think we're really, really disappointing in terms of closing out games early on in the season, right? Like,
Yeah.
It might be all right. We were 12-10 up last map, and we couldn't close. So I think we had some choking issues there, and hopefully that goes away.
Yeah, well, here are the matches that we're going to be checking out next week. We have Furia versus 100 Thieves, and then it's going to be the Evil Geniuses taking on MIBR to open up the week for VCT Americas. It's going to be quite exciting. And yeah, what match are you looking forward to, Mimi?
For the first day, I think Furia 100 Thieves I'm looking forward to. Furia's looking pretty solid. 100 Thieves had that really rough 2 games in a row where they just got stomped out. So I'm wondering if they're going to be able to rebound, or if that's just going to kind of be the form for the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's fair. And Mel, I know we won't have you here next week, Saj, but you were awesome. Anything? What's next for you? Where should we be seeing you in VCT?
I mean, I fly back home tonight. I'm back to practice tomorrow, buddy.
Okay.
So.
Girl, all right. I hear you. And Finesse, man, the floor is yours. I mean, anything that you really just want to say, is open floor for the...
I mean, not much else. Just thank you for supporting us, the people that have stuck around, the NRG fans that didn't leave when we were 1-3. I appreciate it. Yeah, besides that, you guys are all on the desk doing a great job, so
Thanks,
thank you.
Thank you.
Production, thank you. Riot, thank you. Yeah.
That's it. Appreciate you, brother. Always welcome. Always welcome here. All right, guys. Well, that is going to do it for our show. But don't worry, as always, there's plenty more VCT action. You got Pacific, you have EMEA. But for now, though, I'm going to leave you with your Prime Gaming post-day highlights. You have a good one, and we'll see you next week. Two teams both desperate for a win. North America's NRG going up against Brazil's Furia. It's all gonna go down right here, right now. Let's see how this plays out.
Last two players alive for Furia into this round. And as Victor peeks out, Dejazine gets the aggressive push in. A 2v2 now. Two rifles make that one rifle. And a brainstorm for the headshot. Vandals, Bulldogs, as both snake spites already used.
Oh my. That was saucy. Very nicely done.
Looking for the Bane switch. Spraying across, but Finesse is the one that gets the kill. And it's NRG with the comeback and wins the first map 13-11. And help his teammates. The fight comes down. Finesse saves the planter. And that's Artis with a judge with a kill. Oh my god, what a kill by Dejazine. And a second one.
No.
It's up to Victor in the front. 1v1, only with the Bulldog, and bites in for the kill. Oh, wow. An opportunity for them to just chase down these kills, die, get ult orbs, do whatever they can. And with that, we will be going into a third map. The Flash, at least we answer back for a bit of damage. Flash is getting 3 kills in an orb. You're getting so close now. And the high tide crosses towards the back of the halls. Flash to Flash, and it's a surprise one from Som. The spray with the Ares with the second one too. The Jazito moving in. Instantly stopped and denied by NRG as the race continues for this team.